From the Bluegrass State and iconic Idlewild, it's Tournament Central on the only worldwide disc golf network. Grant Zellner alongside a person, well, when you think of Wisconsin sharp cheddar, you might think of cheese. I think of Terry Miller on the ground there. A beautiful morning in Burlington.
Yes, good morning, everyone. It certainly is nice here. There's dew on the ground. The sun is out. The sky is clear and blue, and we're ready for our 2023 Idlewild Open.
At the iconic course, a course that I hear a lot of people comparing their local course to in one form or another. Oh, hole 3, it's like 7 at Idlewild. This is one of those courses, a handful that we use to describe other disc golf experiences around the country and around the world. We are finally here with a chance to venture into these woods. Terry, how does the course look? I know it's been a year since we've been there. Storms and other things happen. How is the course itself physically?
Yeah, the course is looking great. Everyone speaks of this being one of their favorite courses. When you think about old school disc golf and the challenge of playing through the woods, of hitting tight gaps, this is a course that comes to mind. It's not going to be our lengthiest course that's on the tour here in 2023, but everyone loves coming here, and maybe more importantly, they know if you leave here a champion, you've worked really hard and you've performed throughout the entire weekend.
Missy Gannon leading the charge into Idlewild this week, coming off of that big victory last week at Ledgestone, where she absolutely shredded both courses, including the iconic Northwood Black. Missy is definitely going to be among the favorites here at a course like Idlewild.
Yeah, when you look at what Missy Gannon did last weekend, she was doing it in both the open course and, as you said, at Northwood Black, hitting the lines and then taking advantage over at Sunset when there was some more openness to the throws. She knows you have to score out there, so that's almost a different pressure, saying we know all the holes are gettable and you have to go out and rack them up, because you're kind of holding on to those till the final round, hoping you don't let too many of them slide back when you head over to the Northwood course. And her putting was on fire throughout the entire weekend. We know that she plays usually with pretty much a single mold when she's out on the course, but her thrasher out there doing the work to put her in position, and every time she had a look at the basket, she was connecting.
Hopefully Missy has had enough time to come off of the high that is a Disc Golf Pro Tour victory. We caught up with Missy yesterday.
I remember struggling sometimes last year with shying away from shots or feeling like timid on the tee. And that, I mean, I feel like that's like a confidence thing, but I have changed that mindset of like, it doesn't matter how small the gap is if I'm attacking it as if it's
froze up there in her interview, at least the cameras did. She did not freeze up on the course in any way, talking about feeling more confident with different types of shots rather than shying away from them. So Missy comes into this week with a lot of confidence and a lot of momentum. Another player coming into this week maybe with a little bit less confidence and momentum, Catrina Allen. She struggled last week at Ledgestone, barely making the cut and then staying roughly in that positioning in the field throughout the course of the weekend. But she is the defending champion here at Idlewild. Terry, what is the last piece of Catrina's game that needs to fall back into place?
Well, Catrina, although she struggled last weekend, just needs to get off the tee more clean. She said that she had a problem with the backhand. We know that she's been a versatile player for many years, but has really not leaned into the sidearm nearly as often over the last decade. She can certainly use it. It's always a tool. It's always a resource for her, but she doesn't go to it as often as we see some of our other players. And now it feels as if that's going to be her safety blanket or her comfort zone, where she says, my backhand form isn't exactly where I want it to be, so maybe I'll lean into my forehand for the time being. And when you're a veteran of the game like Catrina Allen, you grow, you learn, you adapt, and that's exactly what she's doing. And it's great that you have that tool, that resource that you can say, okay, maybe I'll lean into it and I'll get this other stuff figured out. And until then, Catrina Allen, let's see if she can get things going here this weekend, because you need to hit all the gaps and you need to be on point here at Idlewild.
And yesterday, Catrina had a chance to share with us her thoughts and feelings about the track here at Idlewild.
Realizing that bad breaks, bad holes, bad kicks are going to happen. They're going to happen to everyone. And it kind of, you got to get in like a master's cup, like a day law mindset. Like how quickly can you forget and, scramble and take your medicine where you can, I guess.
So Catrina can lean on some past experiences with the ebbs and flows that are around here at Idlewild. Ohn Scoggins coming off of a Masters Worlds victory and right back onto the Disc Golf Pro Tour has been doing what Ohn does, which is consistent play and, of course, nailing those putts that earn her birdies or save her pars and always seem to keep her in the hunt. She finished second last week at Ledgestone. Terry, her game is timeless, and she comes in feeling really, really good about where she's at.
Well, and it's never a surprise that Ohn often talks about leaning into her practice regimen, her routines, things that keep her competitive. Although she is one of the older competitors in the FPO field, I feel like she's out there grinding and working harder than most of the division on any given day. She talks about getting a practice round in, maybe even a second practice round in during an afternoon on any given day, and then she'll hit the putting green. And she has been very open her entire career, knowing that she doesn't throw as far as the rest of the FPO field, but we all know that she makes up for it on the green. She'll come in as one of our highest rated women in the division this weekend, and she's excited about technical golf, so you have to think of her as one of the favorites for this weekend.
And she certainly put her work in terms of preparing for this week. She let us in on what she's been doing yesterday.
Like last week when I finished Ledgestone, and I drove here for like maybe 4.5 hours, and I just straight to course, practice but I have short time, so I only able to play like 16 hole, and then after that I come back again the next day. I didn't even have a day off yet, and after that I'm putting. I just feel like nowadays you cannot even just take even day off for me. That's how I feel like. When I feel like I take a day off, I feel like, man, I'm not feeling good. I'm like, a lot of people was out there at the course. They ahead of me now. That's how I talk to myself. They ahead of me. Even I'm lie down one day, I'm like, oh, no, this is not right. I need to be out there and practice hard as they are. So, but you can see right now everybody put heart and soul because the big money on the way and the big payout, the end of the day. So. It's okay, you work hard, but this is a fun job.
Of course.
I don't mind to work all day this month.
It sounds to me, Terry, like everybody ready to battle this week at Idlewild.
Yeah, and speaking of that preparation that Ohn was kind of just referencing, as they were about to play their final round at Northwood Black last weekend, I talked to Ohn's husband and caddy and Justin, and I said, well, what's the plan? He said, the second the round is done here, regardless of where we finish, we're going to book it down to Idlewild, and we're going to get ready on the course. He said, we'll probably play a round of golf on Sunday. So they'd have a 4-hour drive and then come play this course after playing Northwood Black. Ohn is, she puts in the preparation week in and week out. What a grinder.
Well, Ohn and Catrina Allen will both be members of our featured card coverage today on the Disc Golf Network. 2 more players will join them. One of them, Macy Valadez. We'll catch up with Macy on the other side of this break on the Disc Golf Network.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the walking nature, the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow the sport.
A round of disc golf can be long, and if you're playing in a tournament, it can feel like a marathon. This can leave you physically and mentally fatigued by the end when your shots matter most. With space for your discs, water, and even a place to sit, a cart enables you to bring what you need, helping you feel more prepared and energized without carrying the extra weight. This can help you maintain your edge and save you strokes through every round.
Welcome to beautiful Abilene, Georgia, home of the International Disc Golf Center. Featuring 3 world-class disc golf courses and a full-service pro shop, the IDGC has everything you need for the ultimate disc golf getaway. Explore the sport's history at the Ed Hedrick Disc Golf Museum and spend your evenings around the campfire right here in picturesque Wildwood Park. The IDGC belongs on every disc golfer's bucket list. Plan your trip today. Visit pdga.com/IDGC.
Going back and looking from last year, I've played better than last year. But I think what's helped me with this next half of the season, and especially what helped me at Ledgestone, is I'm trying to turn the mindset of when I first started, I had a lot of natural ability. And I've kind of started being like, all right, I'm done letting the natural ability just like consume who I am. And now I'm like, I'm going to start taking it and go out there and practicing more. And I do practice a lot, but I just go out there and I used to just play the course and that was it. But now I'm doing a lot of field work and putting a lot.
You're actually putting field work in to the forehand these days. And I ask that because I've talked to a lot of forehand dominant players, and they say they barely put field work time into it.
Yeah, honestly, I probably throw a couple forehands, and then it's mostly working on the backhand. Because I feel like I'm more consistent with my forehands, and I know that if I put it on one angle, it's going to go that way. With a backhand, it's tricky. You have to throw it right angle, the right height, the right nose up. Now I just feel like on a forehand I can just rip it on one angle and then it's going to go that way.
Terry, I don't know if there's a such thing as a quiet top 5 on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, but that's what Macy Valadez had last week at Ledgestone, playing her way into a tie for 5th. Now she moves over here to Idlewild. For those that might not be as familiar with Macy's game, can you talk about why Macy's game might work out well here at Idlewild, what it is that makes her game unique?
Well, as she was just referencing, she's very comfortable with the forehand. And where I feel like that becomes such a tool out on a course like this is you're able to stand still. You're going to have some awkward footing at some point or another. You're able to stand still. Most forehand players will tell you it's easier for them to hit gaps. I wouldn't know anything about that because I don't throw a forehand and I can barely hit a gap no matter how big it is. So it doesn't matter to me. But a forehand player will feel most comfortable hitting lines and gaps when leaning into that particular shot. And then, of course, if you do get off the fairway, your scrambling capabilities become so much greater as well because it opens up more options, whether it's with a standstill backhand or possibly with that forehand. Macy's talked about how comfortable she is. In fact, she doesn't practice it as much as she does her backhand. But what really scares me about what Macy was just talking about is the fact that she's even admits to being somewhat lackadaisical in terms of her preparation and her practice. She says she practices, but if she's putting in even more effort, of course, that's going to make her more deadly, and she's looking to improve on that top 5 that she had last weekend.
One more member on our featured card, Holland Hanley, a player who in years past we maybe didn't see as much because she was going out earlier in the day, but then we'd see a highlight, an incredible eagle or something else that Holland Hanley managed to pull off. She has played her way into the conversation. She's played her way this year into coverage, for lack of a better way to describe it. We're seeing so much more of Holland. She's knocking on the door of getting her first Disc Golf Pro Tour victory. She'll be on featured card coverage. With that power game, how can that translate to success here at Idlewild?
Well, Holland's going to have to dial it back. She is so powerful. She is one of the elite distance throwers in our game, but that's not going to be as advantageous on this particular course. Everything I just said about Macy and hitting the lines will, of course, be true for Holland. She's going to have to make sure that she's pinpoint. Now, she as well is very comfortable both forehand and backhand. She's only been in the game for a couple of years, and we have set really high expectations on her because we know that her ceiling feels unlimited, and Holland is even feeling that herself. But I'm excited to see how she can bring both the left and the right spin out here to the course. And I'll finish my thought on her with the same thing I could say about Ella Hansen. When Kristen Tatar and Paige Pierce aren't in the field, you have the killers in Missy Gannon, you have Ohn Scoggins, and you have other really tough competitors. But it is easier to get a win or to notch that first big win when we're missing a Paige and when we're missing a Kristen Tatar. So I'm looking for Ella Hansen and or Holland Hanley. They're both looking for their first big win. This seems like a good weekend to go out and do it.
Ella Hansen will also be part of our featured coverage during this day one of action. She'll be on the second to last card of the day. Is there any real difference between Ella's game and Holland's game? For me, the biggest difference perhaps is that Ella's got a little bit more experience, has been in contention just a couple of additional times. Is that the primary difference maker between the two of them when it comes to trying to get that first finish on the top of the podium?
It's funny because not only are they good friends, but they also are in the same conversation when it comes to the elite distance. Of course, Jennifer Allen, being the longest women's thrower we've seen in our sport, Ella Hansen's knocking on that door. She's ready to take over that world record on any given day. Basically, you just tell her, hey, we've got the field set up and the record ready to go. And she says, yeah, I'm here for it. So when it comes to distance and power, not an issue. She also very comfortable with the forehand. It did let her down a few times last week, and that was something that surprised me, is she was struggling with her angle control, either letting the nose up a little too much or not putting enough, we'll say, chop or angle on it to get over on it. So we'll see if she can bring those forehand skills into this course. There's not a huge difference between the two in terms of their overall skill sets. We'll see. And you're right. It feels like Ella has been on that doorstep a few more times, but we know they've got this running joke. They have a running bet as to who will get their first big win, and then I think hair dye was on the line. I think being able to pick the other's hair dye is what we heard back at the Dynamic Disc Open earlier in this year. So maybe there'll be a stop at a store to pick up some hair dye by the end of the weekend between the two of them.
We can only hope, right? Another player that broke through this year and did find themselves on the top of the podium will be a part of our featured coverage here on the Disc Golf Network. Sai Ananda broke through, and you may have been introduced to Sai for the very first time if you were watching earlier this year on the Disc Golf Network. She is a road warrior, a player from sort of a cut of old cloth, still working a job, traveling sparingly at times during the season. She came back last week at Ledgestone, sort of eased her way back into the competition mindset, and now will be part of the Disc Golf Pro Tour through the duration of the year. Sai Ananda playing all the big ones from here on out, and she has won before, so what will it take for Sai to get back into the conversation?
Well, Sai is maybe small in stature, but again, no slouch when it comes to her distance. I'm not at all concerned about how far she can throw. It really just comes down to her putting. We've seen her connect from circle 2, almost sometimes with ease. She has such a calm demeanor out on the course. She can get excited, but when she's approaching, when she's getting ready for her shots, it just feels like there's a special calmness bubble around her, so to speak. She stays in her lane in that way so well. And I guess to maybe even expand on that thought, she was very methodical in how she was going to tour this year. I remember early in the year she mentioned she had gotten the win in Texas, and then she's like, yeah, and now I'm going to take some time off. And she had planned it. That was her game plan. And so she's not just going out and playing every single event that she can. We know she's going to play the rest of them from here on out, but I love that she's pacing herself and she's very meticulous, very methodical about how she's touring and what she's doing for her overall longevity. And I just think that's some of the big brain work that she's doing to make sure that she's happy out here on the tour.
Well, while you were sleeping last night, the Euro Tour in full swing. The LWS Open going on in Estonia. That's fun to say, LWS. We'll catch up with the action from there after this break on the Disc Golf Network.
What people are going to notice when they pick up the Supreme Series is superior grip, superior durability.
The inspiration of creating a new disc line for Dynamic Disc was to actually step up the quality even more.
Our friends over at Latitude 64 have to have special molds made. And this Supreme line of plastic is truly a premium plastic. It's a premium disc, and you will know it when you touch it and when you throw it, that it's as good as it gets.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
The LWS Open taking place right now in Estonia, round number 2. Heidi Laine, 5 down on the day. Thanks to shots like this one, extending her lead to 10 strokes over the field. Heidi finished her round number 2 with 8 birdies over the last 10 holes. She erased a couple of double bogeys in that stretch, playing her way out into a very healthy lead, heading into final round action. Her fellow Finn, Jani Karppinen, her closest competitor. Jani also shot 5 down on the day there at LWS. MPO round 2 action in Estonia starting later on this morning for those in the Western Hemisphere. That coverage right here on the Disc Golf Network. We're back on the ground here at Idlewild. Terry Miller with Devo, Danny Voss of the PDGA. Take it away, guys.
I appreciate it very much. I'm joined by Danny Voss of the PDGA. Danny, we just saw a few highlights talking about Heidi Laine. Real quick, I want to say congratulations. I believe just last weekend she took it down in a playoff, so she's playing great golf. And speaking of great golf, we have golf going on literally all around the world, and people can watch it.
Yeah, the action in Europe is still going strong. As we saw, DGN is there covering that action. They're going to be back for the tour finale. For the PDGA Euro Tour, that's in October in Spain. By all reports, it's going to be disc golf and kind of a good celebration and party, wrapping up the season. So that's always really fun to consider. But yeah, I mean, disc golf more worldwide than ever, and it's exciting to be a part of it right now and see how it's growing.
Well, I'm going to have to check my schedule. Maybe if there's a festival going on, I might have to go, make sure everything's going properly over there in Spain. Now, what has been some of the response as we've seen more international disc golf this year than any other year in history, especially, of course, covered on DGN? What's been the response from the players and the fans out there?
Yeah, the PDGA is creeping up on 9,000 sanctioned events this year worldwide. Yeah, it's nuts. And but it's a great thing. And I think what that really illustrates is not just at this highest level, like the Pro Tour and the PDGA Euro Tour and things like that, but just worldwide, everyone is really, really embracing this sport and taking it to the next level, like as a community, as a global community. And there's still more work to do and still more to learn. But I think everyone together is pushing it forward kind of equally, whether you're here in the U.S. or whether you're abroad in Europe or, our friends in Australia and New Zealand and things like that. I mean, there's a lot coming up. There's a lot in the works. And, yeah, this is somehow not even close to the summit. And it's kind of hard to believe, and it's a little surreal, but it's a good thing.
What's also a good thing is being a PDGA member. Of course, you get a 50% discount with the Disc Golf Network. So make sure you're current, or as we roll into 2024, that you're all renewed so that you can take advantage of that discount. That's Danny Voss. We're going to talk to him throughout the rest of the weekend, time and time again. But for now, I'm going to throw it back to you, Grant.
Thanks, guys. And as you mentioned, we have absolutely entered the nonstop portion of the disc golf season. And the same not only going for the players and the staff, it goes for those over at Uplay, using disc golf to impact communities around the world. Last week, they were in the Peoria area of Illinois at the Ledgestone Open. Check this out.
"73 children taught and 18 staff members, including high school and college-age coaches." Director Ella Hansen, how did you feel about it?
It was a very successful community connect, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how we continue to grow disc golf across the country.
Round one in FPO action already underway here at Idlewild. We'll be right back to check those early scores.
Catrina Allen! Maria Oliva!
She's done it. Kristen Tatar.
Sai Ananda! Macy Valadez! Champion Oakland and Austin! Paige Pierce!
This is Latitude 64. We handle the smallest of grains with the greatest of passion. Always trying to improve, trying to be better, out of curiosity, excitement, out of thrill, for the player, for the game. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
In the very early going here on day number one at Idlewild, Madison Walker birdied her first 2 holes of the day to take the early lead. But again, it couldn't be earlier in the event with 54 holes to go at this challenging track. Terry Miller By way of a final thought, I want to ask you, where on this course will players be looking to make their move? Is it early in the round? Is it late in the round? Or is it just wherever a player happens to feel comfortable on this very uncomfortable course?
That's a good question as to where. I don't know if there's any comfortable spot on this course. There's OB that looms everywhere. And my final thought for attacking this course would be along the lines of what Catrina was saying. Know that you're going to get a bad break. You're going to get a kick. Something of that nature could derail you. It's a matter of having a short memory, getting back on the horse, just completely ignoring everything else that had just happened, and move forward. Be patient. This course will eat you alive otherwise.
For Terry Miller, I'm Grant Zellner. We'll see you right after the round.
Getting the win here, it's just been like a dream come true. LWS Idlewild Open Champion Isaac Robinson.
This course is so tough. It's so difficult.
OB and woods is a tough thing to deal with. You missed the gap, hit a tree, and now you're also OB.
Just trying not to be worried or scared, trusting that all of my work that I've put in will translate as long as I'm throwing it confidently.
This court is harder. Only one weird ankle can kick you to the wood.
Because I like to see the struggle. I like whenever the punishment. This course is like you gotta press the gas pedal down this one because it's only 3 rounds.
So I'm really excited to play this course. When it's my time, it's going to be my time, and that's what I keep telling myself. You know, I can't rush it. Whatever happens, it's going to happen.
Everybody's in the same headspace. They need to walk up to their next shot and they need to execute it. Everybody's fighting that mental battle. Everybody has to execute the next shot. Everybody out here is the same as you. You're no different than everybody else.
Welcome into beautiful Burlington, Kentucky for round 1 of the LWS Open at Idlewild, presented by Dynamic Disc and the Natty. Hot off her win at Ledgestone, Missy Gannon looks to go back-to-back on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Not to be overlooked, though, is your defending champion, Catrina Allen. Who jumps out to the day 1 lead? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. Zoe, let's watch some disc golf. And here are there is your Missy Gannon, hot off her win at Ledgestone. Got Ella Hansen there as well. And now we will check out your Canna current conditions. It is a beautiful day in Burlington. Low 70s. Humidity is up, though, as the usual.
As to be expected, 92% humidity is tough. That's a lot of the players in the field are calling it thick air.
Thick air.
Thick air.
I can feel that. Welcome into the booth in Burlington. I'm Ian Anderson. That is Zoe Andyke. I guess the woman of the hour right now, Missy Gannon, coming off that win at Ledgestone, Zoe.
And sounding confident. I get the really strong feeling that she is ready to keep the gas pedal down and just go for it. We heard in her interview yesterday that there isn't any fear. There isn't any doubt. It's just about what's next.
And after, the Ledgestone courses, not too dissimilar to the Idlewild courses, you really like your chances. Let's check out some of that Ledgestone action from last week. Let's come here.
Getting things done right at the start of the event last weekend. If you missed it, you missed the first and only birdie carded on the weekend at Northwood's Black Hole 1.
This is over on hole 9. She had this beautiful turnover locked both rounds.
Yeah, she was talking about how much she can trust that very understable disc that she is throwing for approach shots, and it's that kind of trust in all of her discs. We actually heard her talk about how she's got a minimized bag of molds, and she trusts every variety of that mold.
Mm-hmm. And thanks to this amazing showing, has actually jumped the defending champion, and Catrina Allen is now in second place here.
That's right. Yeah, we know that Missy is just looking to build upon her confidence, build upon her stats. She's been first and second in tee to green for I would imagine the last 6 events on the tour, maybe even more. And that C1X putting stat is usually 100%.
That putt she hit on hole 1 was at round 3 in the rain down the hill at OB to start the round. It's just a real tone setter.
That's right, Ian. She's making statements all over the course that she doesn't even realize the rest of the field is going, whoa, Missy Gannon is the one to chase down.
And you just love her chances on this Idlewild course. It's not too long. She's good at keeping it in the middle, hitting putts. There are your standings as Missy has moved up into 2nd place.
And Ian, this is the last Elite Series event.
That's right.
Before we hit the playoffs.
Yep.
This is exciting. So our regular Disc Golf Pro Tour points are being divvied out for this event, and then we're straight into the playoffs.
Now the number 2 player in the world on UDisc as well as the standings there. You know, I believe it. She's playing like a number 2, at a minimum right now.
And I really like that we're building up to the World Championships, and Kristen Tatar will be back for Worlds. Missy in her most confident state. Ohn trying to chase him down.
First up in our 935 pairing from Spokane Valley, Washington, Sai Ananda.
You kind of like Sai's chances this weekend, Zoe.
I certainly do. I actually got a chance to watch Sai throw a practice round out here. You know, she's back out ready to make a charge for the end of this season. I do like her chances.
Third to the tee from Spokane, Washington, Hannah Wynn. Rounding out our 935 card from Seattle, Washington, Ella Hansen.
Big ton over from Hansen. That's fading, though. There is trouble. And she has found it.
And that's the risk when you want to take a big, huge distance line. I believe Ella could have been way up that fairway, but you've got to commit to the angle, and that one would be Anheuser for the righty backhand.
On the green, Mondohano putting for birdie. That is her superpower done well on hole 1.
And a great way to get things started.
Let's check out our scores early. Said we was making moves. Madison Walker 2 down through 3.
Huge stack up at tied for second, 1 down. And then way down the leaderboard, a lot of evens. Very early to start our first round, but keep your eye on UDisc and certainly keep your eye on the action.
And let's check out our UDisc powered course close-up on this Idlewild track. What do you know about this one, Zoe?
Well, it's ranked 20th in the world, and I feel like that's pretty appropriate. Probably could even climb a few spaces on that ladder. This course is awesome. It's best in the Bluegrass State here, ranked 4.8. Looks like par 71, 9,200 feet, so not the longest course and not the shortest on tour. It's ranked number 4 for all of the DGPT courses, so that's pretty good. Only 5 par 3s on this whole entire track.
And you can discover over 14,000 more courses on UDisc app. Go grab it from your Play Store of choice. Manduhano, her second on hole 2, on the new hole 2. It's a new shorter pin here. That is in circle 1. I'll look at birdie for Val on there. Flying above hole 1 here. Ananda and her second. Zoe, we've got the Washington card plus Missy Gannon here.
Yeah, I was actually going to say that when the announcer called out our players. We have 3 women from the state of Washington.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Not any of them, though, grew up playing against each other. All found disc golf at very different times in their life, and they find each other meeting here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
There's Sai out of Spokane Valley. Over to Wynn and her second. Maybe a little long right for Hannah.
Yeah, and on this very first hole, Ian, it's all about the second shot placement. There is OB as you approach on the left, and that tree is the definition of a guardian tree. If you're not on the front side of where the basket is underneath it, you have no putt.
Gannon. Missy coming up a little short there, Zoe.
Yeah, she'll have a totally open look at it, no obstruction from that tree, but I think that that's actually what scared her into kind of hyzering out early.
That makes sense. Looking down from our Flight Factory drone over at Ella Hansen, who drove OB, will now be throwing her third.
Very well played. She got herself up in circle 1, just a pace or so outside of the bullseye to recover her par. Looks like we've got Bill from our ops crew on the bag for Ella Hansen today.
Oh, nice. We're going to sneak in a break while they make their way up the fairway. Back to the action in just a few.
What people are going to notice when they pick up the Supreme Series is superior grip, superior durability.
The inspiration of creating a new disc line for Dynamic Discs was to actually step up the quality even more.
Our friends over at Latitude 64 have to have special molds made. And this Supreme line of plastic is truly a premium plastic. It's a premium disc, and you will know it when you touch it and when you throw it, that it's as good as it gets.
Billy Rossini and I go back to 2007, I believe. Billy was one of the guys that was actually sponsored in Charlotte by Innova. He said, hey, here's my product, and I was already in. All the scoring that we do in our sport now is all digital. Having some sort of backup power source is going to be really important. We feel that it's good quality product. And having a stash pack that holds the cable that connects to any device, it just works. It's not just my business partner, it's my friend. And so that's why this thing really works for me.
The orbit fell, and this thing has been amazing. The plastic, the flight, everything is just amazing. You can really manipulate the angles on this thing. It's a felon, but it does things that felons really aren't supposed to do, and that's why I love it.
You want to play through?
It's parked.
This is Latitude 64. We handle the smallest of grains with the greatest of passion. Always trying to improve, trying to be better, out of curiosity, excitement, out of thrill, for the player, and for the game. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
Welcome back. Valerie Mandujano putting for birdie on hole 2. You saw the approach. Two for two. Val starting to maybe bounce back into form here, Zoe.
I think so. She's a couple of events back in now, and she's really looking just like we found her before she left the tour for her injury. That stroke is looking good on the putting.
And she is in our newest episode of On Tour, brought to you by my friend Corey Merle. Put this one together. Let's take a little look at that.
Well, it's going to be an interesting tournament this year. There's quite a few players who are out. Of course, Macbeth over in Europe. Eagle is out with the injury. On the FPO side, no Ohn Scoggins, no Paige Pierce, but very notably, the return of Valerie Mandujano.
I feel like time is so slow right now.
Most disc golfers, even the ones with contracts, are living season to season, sometimes month to month. So when something like this happens and you're missing 3 months, it's scary.
Throw it flat at him.
Seeing Val out and actually even delaying her return multiple times, the anticipation has grown.
Impossibly high. Those are the expectations. It's got to be brutal.
Can you write the order for me? I'm way too shaky. Yeah, I was pretty nervous.
Left beyond the drop zone.
Honestly, I felt this like knot in my stomach. The pressure just hit.
Give it up for Valerie Mandujano.
It was one of those things where you just took off your training wheels and you're just like, all right, ride the bike. It's gonna be bumpy and it's not gonna be the best ride, but we're gonna start here.
Fun little spot there on tour. I love those bets are really good. What's it like, getting injured on tour, Zoe? It's gotta be hard.
It's one of the most heartbreaking things in the world. You have to think this is your passion. This is your job. This is everything in your life.
Yeah.
Some people say disc golf, it's cheaper than therapy. But whatever it is, disc golf is a 110%, 210% commitment. And when you can't play, it kind of takes the life and soul out of you. You've got to look for ways to stay positive, stay motivated.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think back to a lot of our great players. Eagle McMahon on the FPO side, we've had a lot of other players learn how to play left-handed. I myself had a wrist and shoulder injury in 2018 late, and I started throwing left-handed backhand. So, it's something that we all deal with. It's kind of just a matter of when and how well you want to rehabilitate. You've got to stay focused on the positives because it's really easy to go down a negative path.
Yeah. She's started to get back into form. That's been fun to watch over these last couple events. It's in there. Hopefully we'll see that championship Val come out. Speaking of, on the tee of 3. Oh, really nice.
Yeah, that is going to set her up in great position for her second shot.
Such a touchy backhand on there. Missy Gannon, tee of 2. Needed more turn.
Oh, and I think that tree hit may have saved her from going directly into the out-of-bounds left.
Yeah, our mark does on the fairway after one throw thanks to that tree, Zoe. Fly us through this one, Zoe.
Well, this is a great hole. Another par 4 because we're starting off with 3 par 4s here. 509 feet, but you have to know how to dissect this hole because the first shot is important to get as far straight as possible. And then you have to make an approach decision. Are you going to lay up short of that OB water, or do you know exactly where the pin is because you can't see it, and will you go straight over? So that water comes into play really on the approach, throwing over and in the landing. You've got to get over these tufts or bushes of, well, whatever they are. I can catch a disc that's only 12 feet off the ground, and then A righty backhand could be hyzering towards the pin and get too much ground action. That OB line is inside of the circle.
This new FPO pin is out on a peninsula almost. It is tucked there on the corner. You'll love
Get to
the
see
placement.
a lot of death putts on the weekend.
Should be entertaining, no doubt. Ella Hansen on the fairway of 2. Look at this. This might be Ella's 3rd already.
Oh, wow. That was a great recovery. It was very aggressive to go over. Ella has plenty of power. She did her homework and knows where the pin is.
You saw the drive from Val on 3. Here's the 2nd. Another nice looking turnover.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was a great shape, and she knows that disc well enough to know that it'll just finish and come back. Hopefully she's over those 4 guardian tufts of grass.
And hole 3 is traditionally a very tough get. I don't think we had 0 birdies so far today. We saw Gannon's drive. Lucky to be in bounds here on hole 2, Zoe.
That's right, and this position is going to force a layup. She's got way too much tree line up the hill in her way. Or is she going for it?
I think you're more or less right, though, Zoe. I think it's a layup. I don't think she's attacking the pin, but just going to get it across the water.
Yeah.
On the other side of the break, your Masters World Champion, Ohn Scoggins, will be teeing off. We'll catch you there.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Saxon Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the walking nature, the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow the sport.
So the Slammer, it doesn't fly as far as the Harp, but that's exactly what I designed it for. It was designed for me to be able to throw hard with real severe angles, a lot of flex shots, and it's a unique spot in the bag. So that's why I think it's becoming so popular.
Come on!
Unbelievable.
You missed that. You're going out of bounds easily.
He's going for the eagle in these conditions. He parked that.
And there it is. Look at
the big beast. Welcome to beautiful Abilene, Georgia, home of the International Disc Golf Center, featuring 3 world-class disc golf courses and a full-service pro shop. the IDGC has everything you need for the ultimate disc golf getaway. Explore the sport's history at the Ed Hedrick Disc Golf Museum and spend your evenings around the campfire right here in picturesque Wildwood Park. The IDGC belongs on every disc golfer's bucket list. Plan your trip today. Visit pdga.com/IDGC.
Manduhano throwing 3 on 3. Oh, I thought that was going in. And the putt for par. Par is the best we have seen from the field. Nice.
Beautiful stroke. The putt is definitely dialed, and that kept her scorecard clean.
Yeah, you love to see it. And back to the T of 1 for your feature card. There's defending champion Catrina Allen.
First off on our 955 card from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Catrina Allen.
This looks like a slow disc from Cat, Zoe.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a fairway, potentially a mid.
Yeah.
But that is well placed in the very center, and Kat knows it's all about the second shot here.
Always a good day when Ohn Scoggins is on your screen.
Thank you.
Solid start for Ohn.
Third to the tee from Morristown, Tennessee, Macy Valadez.
You like Macy's chances out here. Great forehand, great backhand. Definitely need both at Idlewild.
Everybody is excited about this start to the event. That's a good spot for Macy. In catching up with Holland earlier during the practice week, she says there's about 3 eagles available if she can put together perfect shots out here on this course.
A little low from Holland. Should keep her in the middle more or less, though. A birdie putt for Gannon on hole 2. That second shot,
I was going to say, I got to give it to Missy going for the green on the second shot. I thought she was completely pinched off by those trees, but she did not let off early. Gas pedals down. And
Missy
the putt is in.
Gannon, sneaky aggressive, isn't she?
Yeah, turning that into a birdie.
And our man Terry Miller is on the ground with Macy Valadez. Take it away, Terry.
Good morning, everyone. Joining me now is Macy Valadez. Macy, in the press conference yesterday, you talked about you going out and practicing more. What's that all about?
Yeah, I've been trying to go in there and practice more. I used to just rely a lot of natural ability, and now I'm trying to go out there and, put the work in. I did put a lot of practice in anyways, but now it's like extra practice, going out there and trying to take it instead of letting it come to me.
Now, when you're looking at this course, is there a certain area where you hope to attack when you're going out and trying to score well out here at Idlewild?
I rely a lot on my forehands here at this course, so I really just need to get my forehands dialed in, and I think once that's dialed in, on every single hole I think I throw a forehand except this hole. So.
All right, everyone, that's Macy Valadez. We're kicking it off here in Idlewild. Best of luck to you, Macy.
Best of luck to you, too. I was going to give you a fist bump, but...
We nailed it.
Oh, from the drone cam, we got it, Terry. That was great from Terry and Macy. Macy's just Just love watching her. She's got great attitude, great game.
Yeah.
Big fan of her.
And I really love how honest she is with herself. She used to try to let the wins come to her. Now she is actively pursuing it. She's putting in way more practice and field work that she never used to do in prior years.
Kind of like when you're the smart kid in high school and then you go to college and you gotta try, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
rough.
horrible
Break for
tree
There's
hit.
OB over there as well.
There is.
Let's hope it curled in time. I want to say it did.
Give her the green. Oh, no, it's
No?
red.
Was it?
That
brutal.
had to have been an 85 to
Yeah.
100-foot roll away from the base of that tree. Very unlucky for Ohn Scoggins.
Hanley throwing 2. This looks great. Oh.
And that's that place that, we're going to have to see right when she walks up to the disc. If that low-hanging canopy is in her way, you pretty much have to be at the edge of it to have any dream of a putt.
What's the distance they're looking at over there, Zoe?
So that tree is at like the base of it. The front side is at about backside 26 feet, front side about 22, 23.
Okay. Allen.
But you need to be at like 14 feet to have a putt.
Sure. A little sod from Catrina, but does miss that guardian tree. And we'll give her a putt for birdie. Looks like Macy did have the big drive. As she now throws her second.
Oh, I love that play. She put a lot of hyzer angle on it, and she was hoping to have it dive right before the tree. It caught just a little bit of branch, but kept going. She has a very easy look at the birdie.
Yeah, it looked like she might have touched that bullseye whisker. Missy Gannon, tee of 3. Ooh, a demanding tee shot, and that is a miss by Gannon. Kicking left. Hopefully that stayed in the short stuff for Missy. Second shot for Manduhano. On hole 4.
This is our first par 5 of the day, and elite distance throwers could have an opportunity to go over on their second shot, but we will see most of the field laying this one up inside of that tree line.
Flying back above hole 1. Imagine we're looking over at Ohn Scoggins, who got just the nastiest roll, Zoe.
Yeah, that did her dirty.
That a 4th, and we'll have that left for bogey. Unlucky start for Ohn, but, she's got the right attitude to bounce back.
It's only the first hole, and this is just a 3-round event, so you got to limit the mistakes, but it's the beginning of the golf. She's got a lot of holes to play.
Allen in circle 2. A dangerous birdie bid.
The rhythm, the routine, and the stroke all looked good, but that is an elevated basket, and you called it, Ian. Death straight behind, and after seeing Ohn's disc roll away, can't help but blame her for being a little timid. Now take a look at this. You'd have to go so much nose up to even run this. She's so close to the base of that tree.
Looks like she's found a window, Zoe.
Oh my goodness, that's incredible. That must be like the only 12-inch airspace from that spot. Excellent birdie for Holland.
Great start to her event there. Valadez, also a birdie putt.
Easy does it.
Bogey coming for Scoggins. And Holland Hanley right there. That is the cash out of the day. Thank you to Hooligan Disc for sponsoring that. Head over to hooligandisc.com today and check out their newest mold, the Cash, as well as their Tour Series discs. We had a lot of fun with Hooligan Disc last year with the Yeet. They're back with the Cash, Zoe.
Anytime anybody's bringing the cash, I'm excited.
Yeah. Holland trying to earn some cash early with a good birdie putt. Holland's due, Zoe. It's going to happen at some point, you know?
Yeah, she's building on that experience that's so important. And out here, I believe it's going to be one of the more experienced players in the field that'll be on top of the podium at the end of the weekend.
Jumping ahead to hole 3, and Gannon did find OB off the tee, now throwing 3 on the tough par 4. That should make for an easy-ish bogey for Missy.
Yeah, she's going to have to still get up and down.
And Madiohano tried to lay up to the gap, but didn't really pick the best spot, Zoe.
That's right. You can get inside of that tree line on the right and the left, but that's the problem if you are too far either direction.
Did stay safe, though, on 2, Valadez. A nice-looking sidearm from Macy.
Yeah, here we go with the beginning of the sidearm throws from the tee, and that was a great placement.
And you can see Catrina lining up her sidearm as well. Hanley. Probably one of the best sidearms in the game, honestly.
That's well up the fairway and even in a better position than we just saw Macy. She's almost to the flatter ground. Yeah. That's a good spot to be.
Allen.
And again, if you listened to our press conference yesterday, you would know Catrina will be leaning into the forehand very heavily this weekend.
That one not great though, Zoe. Does not make it even to the bottom of the gully there.
Yeah, she's going to have some obstruction there and the OB line on the right to deal with.
Scoggins. That will work for Ohn. Doesn't roll down the hill anyway.
Yeah. Thought that disc had a little attitude at first hitting the ground, but it did sit down.
So how many sidearms did she say she was going to be throwing out here, Allen?
She mentioned 14 tee shots.
That's
I thought that was an incredible amount for Catrina Allen, so looking forward to seeing them.
Let's check out our birdie zone here on hole 2.
Yeah, you've got that kind of downhill and then uphill slope. We're seeing Hanley up on top, and actually Scoggins is also on a different side up on top. She's backside of that area that I was just talking about. Catrina is off of the birdie zone, but she could get a sneaky shot again over the OB or just kind of challenging the OB. But I feel like Holland is in the best position right now, and she's got the distance on both sides to get up to the pin.
And a big thanks to our friends at Birdie Pro for sponsoring the Birdie Zone. It's in stock now. Build your player, use your skills at the right time, get a little karma, hit the winning putt. Shipping to retailers now through MVP distribution or order online at bodabrothers.com. Get your copy of the best-selling disc golf board game in the world. It is a really fun play, I promise. Pretty easy to pick up, too, as far as board games go. Catrina Allen slightly out of position for her second. This is pretty well laid up, Zoe.
Yeah, and that's the bailout zone, but getting way further up the fairway. So good play for Catrina.
Gannon throwing 4 on hole 3.
All right, so Ian, she's got to stay below that low-hanging ceiling, but more importantly, those tufts of grass are as high as 15 feet. So kind of splitting the balance, but that was an early release.
Yeah, that's going to make for a 6 early for Missy Gannon. That it will. Scoggins throwing 2 on 2.
Up and over and trying to get into the circle. She'll be in circle 2, but Ohn Scoggins has a bid.
Terry, we just saw Scoggins get somewhere around circle's edge. How is the angle? You think Ohn will give that a run?
Ohn, we know, is aggressive, but that is going to be downhill with a single tree in her way. I'd be surprised if she gives that one a run. Same could be said of Catrina Allen.
Wow, interesting. I almost thought that was a rhetorical question, Terry. I thought there's no way Ohn's going to lay up a putt, but...
And
nice.
that's the beauty of having Terry Miller
I
on
know.
the ground. Love that insight.
Valadez in her second.
Aggressive, but appropriately aggressive. She is close to the bullseye. This is not an easy second shot. Again, you cannot really see the water, and most positions you can't even see the basket. You have to know where the ground is, know where your disc is landing, and what kind of ground action it will have.
Hanley from the Fight Factory drone. Terry, how'd that look for Hanley? It looked like it might have come in a little short.
I love where Hanley finished, actually. She's going to be just a few feet from the pin. She's going to be closest to the pin, actually, of all the approaches.
Oh, well, thank you, Terry. How about that for Holland? Off to a good start, making that good putt on one. Looks like it'll be 2 for 2. Over to Gannon, a long putt for bogey on hole 3. And your Ledgestone champion moving the wrong way early, 1 over on the day after a par birdie double start. Maduhano on the par 5, throwing her 4th.
So although she stayed safe from that tree kick, very difficult to throw this one close to the pin.
In the circle for a par putt, we'll show you that. Hansen putting for par on hole 3.
Yes.
Beautiful stroke. She's able to card the par. And Ian, you talked about how there's no birdies on the day so far. The opportunity is there, but it's really about a huge, accurate second shot.
Yeah, it is. Allen, forced to lay up, does that well. Maduhano for par on hole 4. And Val keeping it clean on the day, 2 down. Big time par save again for Maduhano, back to back. The putter is working early.
Yeah, I was
Bodes
just
well
going
for
to
her round.
mention that, Ian. I feel confidence when I see Valerie stepping up to a putt. Everything is so smooth and controlled. Every putt in so far.
Scoggins, short circle 2 for this birdie bid. And of course, it's Ohn Scoggins.
I loved that run, center of the cage, barely low. That was a very good bid.
Yeah, it was. Valadez. Pushed the second a little long, coming back for birdie. Oh, no. That is rough for Valadez. Comes up just short on the putt and rolls straight OB.
And at
Maybe?
Idlewild, there are so many sloped greens.
Yeah.
I mean, the majority are sloped. I think I can only think of 2 off the top of my head that are kind of flat ground. We're going to see rollaways, but I just never like to see it straight into the OB. We saw it for Ohn Scoggins now and Macy.
That's right. A putt for bogey coming up for Valadez and not a gimme. Oh, and the birdie putt will turn into a double bogey on hole 2 for Valadez.
Got to give her credit for the strong attempt being so far below the basket, but I was holding my breath as it hit the ground. It looked like it was going to get some attitude and roll again.
And Hanley, what a shot. Drops in birdie.
Fantastic.
2 for 2.
Holland came to play this morning in round 1.
She is still hungry for that first Elite Series win. Allen in. Scoggins in. Those are both for par. Eagle opportunity coming for Hansen on hole 4. She has the arm to get to the gap.
Yeah, very few of our players are getting all the way up to where we like to call almost the layup zone, but Ella can certainly do it. Now, you'll notice she put hyzer on that to get a little bit further left. If she chooses, that's going to give her a bigger open line to go through still, even though she's well back from the tree line.
On 5, Mandujano.
You got to play the fall line here. That basket, again, sitting on the slope. Everything's funneling to the OB water.
In circle 1 for Mandujano. Looking to go 3 through 5. Let's check out our storylines at Idlewild. The regular season finale. This is our last Elite Series of the year. Eagle coming up very shortly. Missy Gannon, the new number 2. How about that?
Love that because it's not just on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. It matches the UDisc and world rankings. That's pretty cool. I like to see when a player's position is matching.
An opportunity for the field to grab a win and maybe get a little momentum going into Worlds as well, you know?
I think that's the case.
Yeah. Tatar and Pierce still out. I like Tatar's status is just Europe.
Yeah.
Mandujano to get 3 under through 5.
Oh, it's so good, Ian.
The field better watch out, Zoe.
That's how you get 3 under in such a few amount of holes.
That's 3 from Circle's Edge in a row for Mandujano. Back on hole 3, Holland Hanley. Shows off her forehand. It doesn't quite work, though, Zoe.
Early tree hit, but she's safe instead of kicking left. And that would have taken her straight to the out of bounds.
There's Macy trying to get centered after the double on 2. Allen. That's an early release forehand. Will it work?
Yeah. She got some good ground action on that. She hit straight into the hill at a good angle. She's in good shape.
Scoggins. 0-1 over on the day. Probably wanted a little more turn on that, but it should work.
Yeah, I was going to point out, right out of her hands, that's about the flattest release we've ever seen Ohn let go of this year. And she did get that big skip to the right, I think, because the overstable disc hit that fall line just perfectly.
Valadez taking the wide routes with her forehand, and that's nice. And the story early, Valadez on the green. Give this woman a putter. Let's check out some of those putts.
Right here on hole 1, getting things started against, that's such a cool, comfortable kind of posture. She's putting everything into it, but she's going through her routine. Everything's right on the center pole, just a little bit below halfway above the chain assembly, and all of them look the same. It's all you ever want in a putting stroke is for it to be repeatable and hitting the same spot on the basket.
That is 5 in a row from Circle's Edge.
Yeah, you get that 100% C1X, but what the stat line doesn't tell is how far away all of those are. All of them tester putts.
They're all looking great, too, just really centered up.
Oh, yeah.
Nice pace. And she's throwing well early, too. In second place, just through 5 holes. One off. Madison Walker is also playing very well, a clean 4 down. Hanley on 3, throwing 2. This is making, I spoke that one into the tree there.
Yeah, 2 tree hits to get things started on this hole 3. It's kind of rough after 2 birdies.
Yeah, it is. Par is still there, though, for Holland with a good approach. Hansen, second shot on hole 4. That looks fast, Zoe. Looks like she's going to try and shoot the gap, carry the water.
And that, you called it. She squares up that gap perfectly on the left-hand side, blowing her card mates' minds. I just heard, oh my. Yes, Ella Hansen She's got the foot on the gas.
And back to 3 for Valadez, throwing 2. That one's nicely in the fairway and should make for a pretty easy up and down for Macy. An up and down par is all you need on hole 3. Still no birdies on the day. There's Scoggins, also in the fairway after her second. And Allen, the same. Over to Gannon on 4. This is Missy's third. Despite the lettuce grab, that gets into circle 1 for a birdie look.
Wow, yeah, she threw that with some speed.
Did. And a live look down from your Flight Factory drone at hole 3. They're tossing out of the woods on the top right. Holland is down there. Terry, I'm told you got a Holland Hanley information for us. Fire away, sir.
I saw Holland getting ready on hole 1. She had a big yawn. I said, what's going on? She said, oh, I'm just waking up. I said, you have the latest tee time of the day. She went on to tell me she's not really a morning person, and she's camping here on site along with a ton of other golfers here this week, but she doesn't have her AC up and running. So she said she's going to sweat through this one a little bit more this weekend. Hasn't affected her so far.
No AC and the camper is rough at Idlewild. Holland gets into circle 2 for her par save. Still no birdies. I don't think we'll see. I guess we won't see one from Holland either. Best she can do now is par. Allen also throwing 3.
Gives it great height, just a little overcooked, so she's going to have a downhill putt at the basket, but she answered to the low ceiling, high grass. You know, that was the first thing she had to get through.
Another live look down from your Flight Factory drone. Our Disc Golf Network camera folk hustling into position over there. Valadez. Looks like Macy's going overstable approach.
Great position. Barely past the basket and outside of the bullseye.
Well done from Macy. Should make for a pretty easy par from there. Over to Scoggins. Ohn and her third, going to the mid-range.
Whoa, for a second I thought that was going to ring it up.
That like phased through the basket. What a shot by Scoggins, almost carrying the first birdie of the day. And live with Monduhano on the tee of 6. What are we doing here, Zoe?
Well, hole 6 is another par 4, so you want to score the tee shot. Again, very important to put yourself in position because the second shot, it's kind of a repeating occurrence, has to be the one to get into the circle.
Back to 3 for Hanley, putting for par. Hanley from the parking lot. What a make.
What a save. Man, Holland's doing all kinds of work out here, and it's so early in the round. Determined. Yes.
Hey, AC repair guys aren't cheap, Zoe.
Yeah, I was thinking that. And I don't know if it's in her vehicle or if it's just kind of a shortage of power at the course.
Yeah.
But no AC out here sounds brutal.
Allen coming back for par. And a nice putt from Catrina. Also grabbing a par on 3. Should see a par star here from the feature card. Valadez walking to hers. No problem there for Valadez. The Scoggins almost grabbed the 3, comes back for 4. Jumping ahead to hole 4, and Hansen putting for eagle.
With an incredible second shot over the OB water and through the trees. It's also a little bit uphill as you approach the basket.
Sounds like you're going to grandma's house, Zoe.
Yeah. Oh, just one rotation shy. That was the top of the cage. She's definitely thinking eagle tomorrow. She wants to come back and claim it.
Just a couple inches low for one of Washington's finest. Missy Gannon with a birdie look. You saw the approach. Nice bounce back from Missy. We're going to snake in a break on the network. We'll be back to the action in just a few.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Whale sacks are a unique grip accessory, handmade in the USA by fellow disc golfers like you. If you own a disc golf store, run a league, club, or tournament, whale sacks are the perfect addition to your players' packs, CTP prizes, or product to offer your customers. A portion of every sale is donated to Save the Whales. For wholesale pricing, visit whalesacks.com/bulk to get yours. It's time to join the Whale Club.
Welcome back to Idlewild. Holland Hanley, another woman who might be thinking eagle on hole 4. Actually, we know she's thinking eagle, Zoe.
She definitely is. This was a little bit high released out of her hands, but it's going to get to that left side of the fairway like we saw Ella's. That's just a little bit further left.
Do you like the Hansen position a little better?
Yeah, and, you know, Ella threw the forehand, whereas I believe if Holland's going to test it, she would throw backhand from there.
Catrina.
That's well up the fairway in the center.
Your sticker is pretty. It's bling bling.
And you gotta give props where it's due. Look good, feel good, play good. That's a stat Kat is always keeping up on.
I think she's your U-disc number 1.
I love the angle. We know it's an overstable disc, so it's going to work back. She's on the right-hand side of the fairway, and I'm thinking we're going to see a layup to the mouth and the opening across.
And Valadez.
You can see that green garbage can just barely peeking up over the other side of the water, and that's kind of the center mark. You just know you want to throw over it, get past it, maybe even left of it. Macy challenging the right side, but she's in the fairway.
Monduhano, you saw her drive on 6, now the second. It is teetering on the edge of the OB is the word from production. And back to 5 for Gannon's tee shot.
And that'll be an opportunity from circle 2, but a little bit of a downhill look.
And there's another live look down from our Flight Factory drone. Make sure you head over to flightfactorydisc.com and grab a couple, home of some of your favorite pros gear. Calvin Heimberg, Madison Walker also on the list. She's playing great today. Back to 4 for Allen, throwing 2.
I see this tree line. You don't want to land before it. You want to actually get inside of it, just like we saw Kat's disc. She should be in pretty good position there to run the pin.
That looked really nice. Scoggins picking her layup disc for the across the water shot.
Oh, this needs to get down and stay.
Oh, it did.
It does. I was thinking that was going to actually skip. That's good position for Ohn as well.
Yeah, she got a nice little tree hit there at the end that kept that one straight. And Monduhano, look at that. Teetering OB. Has this left for birdie.
And Ian, she's got positive memories from here. We saw in last year's coverage her make this putt.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. She's so consistent, and that's why there's 4 birdies on that scorecard right now.
Looking like championship Val is back early at Idlewild. Valadez with her second gets it through the gap into the nice layup zone. And over there is Holland Hanley walking to her second. She will have a decision to make. Tara, how is the Hanley angle over there? Do you expect she'll give it a run? It looks like she's taking a look out.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to see if she wants to be aggressive or not. I was just speaking with a spotter who said we've only seen 3 OBs out here in the water today. That's because the players have been meticulous about how they're attacking this hole. Holland does have one of the longer drives he has seen, though, so we'll see if she goes for it.
And we're just watching her lay up, Terry. And that wasn't even a very aggressive layup, Zoe.
Yeah, I did want to remark about that. That layup was lacking a lot of effort. She is back from the tree line that you want to be like 15 to 30 feet inside of. There's a lot of room to play with, and you want to make those gaps as close to your landing as possible.
That's something you'll see a little bit. They'll look at the hard shot for a while. They'll think about it a long time, concede it, and then not take very long on the layup.
You know, I would explain that because there's only 30 seconds. You got to be respectful of the time, and spending all that time on wanting to break off more doesn't leave a lot left for a layup. She needed a little bit more time to think about that layup.
Terry, what do you think about this layup here for Hanley?
Well, the fact that I didn't see it come into my visual frame, so to speak, tells you it wasn't very good. In fact, I was looking down a little bit lower, expecting to see it pop up, and Yeah, not good by Hanley.
Yeah, she's still about, 15, 20 feet on the wrong side of the trees here for her third. Does have the forehand to make up for it, though.
Yeah, she's going to have to put some angle on this, and hopefully this is overstable so it will work back. And she's got to put some spin on it. That's not that close to the basket.
Looks underturned from Hanley. Terry, talk to us about that landing for Hanley. Does she have a look?
Yeah, she does. She pushed the backside tree line, but she'll still have a putt from there, and it's maybe a little bit of a straddle, but she should have a good look.
Okay. All right. Gannon putting for birdie on hole 5. You saw the drive a while back. That's a smart Missy Gannon is what that is, Zoe.
That's right. Experience coming through. That OB is inside of circle 1.
Back to 4 for Valadez, throwing 3.
Trusting that stability right up to the bullseye. Great shot for Macy.
That should get Valadez back to even on the day. Scoggins the same.
Same idea as Macy's, just a little bit more gusto behind it. She'll have a circle 1 putt.
Allen from just about the same spot.
I like the looks of this. Ian, I thought we were going to see a throw in there. Catrina Allen is in the bullseye, and that was a job well done.
Almost did like a little stall shot at it, a little higher than the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, really nice.
Yeah.
She said her sidearm was feeling dangerous. Little spicy danger here from Allen. Just a little more. Had it on two dimensions, just needed that third. Huge thanks to our friends at Halal Guys for sponsoring this spicy moment of the day. Jumping back to your world number 2 on the tee of 6.
I love how she just rode that fall line. I was afraid it was a little overturned at first, but you have to play that kind of angle into the hill and watch it just finish.
Manduhano, tee of 7. That is safe. Oh, that's great, actually.
Oh, what a play. And an amazing skip. She made that look easy.
Manduhano looking good through 7. A live look down at the green from your Flight Factory drone. A little Disc Golf Pro Tour stamp out there, Zoe.
I like the way that looks. And with all this amazing overhead coverage, it's really looking good.
And you can see the pond down there at the bottom they all carried with their third shot. I believe that's Hanley, top right, walking to her putt. Terry said she's got a straddle to a look. Looks like she's doing just, stagger stance. And that's a par on hole 4 for Holland Hanley. That's an eagle hole, Holland. Got to be disappointed.
Yeah, you know she's coming back for some redemption, just like what we were talking about a few moments ago with Ella Hansen.
Scoggins to get back to level. Yes, she does. A bogey on 1, balanced out by the birdie there on 4. Valadez can also get back to even on the day. Macy's throwing really well, just really has that one bad putt that cost her on hole 2.
Yeah, and this was one of her breakout events. It was 2 seasons ago that she had such success out here. And with all the new practice and like field work that she's putting in, I like her chances for the top 5 this weekend.
Second shot from Mondo Hano on 7. Can see the basket after her drive. Wow.
And she's perfectly in the middle of those first set of guardian trees. This fairway is littered with trees all the way up on the approach, so that gave her great position.
Oh, hits the gap.
It's a little bit early, but she's on the good side of it.
In circle 1 is the word there. We're flying.
It's a fun one to fly. It's our very first par 5, or yeah, excuse me.
We just played this one.
Got to get over the pond
we'll get you hole 5 here in
as
just a hot
possible.
Second. There we go. There's hole 5.
There we go. So this is a really fun shot to throw. You've got to choose what stability. So some players might be going with something very neutral, playing it really straight off the tee. Other players are going to challenge that right side OB with a pure hyzer, and everyone's looking to funnel just a little bit. Now this grass is a little bit more like Velcro, but we've heard that there's a lot of dew on the ground. It's a little bit wetter, so skips could happen. Either way, pick your disc and know exactly what it's going to do with this little fall line towards the OB. Again, that is inside of the circle where you can find the out of bounds.
Yeah, that margin for error on that backhand is so small. A little too high, you're getting wet. A little too low, you got a very long putt.
Yeah, that tree is actually at 27 feet that is on the short side of the basket. So you are inside of the circle, whether you're on the front or back side of it.
Catrina has kept it clean today. Grabbed her first birdie back on 4.
And her disc is just barely going to bulge over the OB. Yeah, it didn't quite have the height, but it goes over the bench. I'm so glad it could have rejected it.
That's out in circle 2. You'll likely see a layup from there if coming for Cat. Scoggins with a flex forehand play. I like this if you got it, Zoe.
Yeah, if you got it. And now she is going to be just inside of the circle. But she takes OB out of the question with playing that flex forehand.
Valadez.
This one needs to get down. I love the height. Oh, okay, just a little bit shy. Yeah. She's out in circle 2. The water, I pasted at 23 feet at its closest spot to the OB. So the players really just want to be on the shorter side no matter what they're doing.
Hanley. Leaking right for Holland. It will stay in bounds, but it won't be that close. I think we're going to see a bunch of layups. So.
Yeah, I saw some left to right, potentially a little bit of headwind down there that could have suspended her disc.
Mondo Hano for the solo lead on hole 7.
Oh, it takes it. She was just left of her mark, but was just barely over the cage, so the chains did their job and kept the disc. Take a look at this replay.
It tried to jump out. Ooh. Wow.
Fantastic.
Bouse, a turkey. 5 birdies through 7 holes at Idlewild. Gannon back on 6, a birdie putt.
And remember, there is an OB creek all the way around this green. But that doesn't faze Missy Gannon. Now she's broken the even, and she is at 1 under on the round. Starting to get things going.
That is a patented make from Missy Gannon from circle 2. Ah, you'll love to see it. And you'll love our friends at Sunstein. Head over to sunsteinlaw.com and they will take care of you. Patent, trademark, copyright, NFT. They are huge supporters of disc golf. We love to support them. sunsteinlaw.com.
They should patent the beautiful scenics that we have out here
all
as
these
well.
Wildflowers. Shouts to my man Tom Rapp for getting all those beautiful scenics. Hanley laying up for par on hole 5. And Terry, we got a little plane flying overhead. We got a little aviation theme going on out here at Idlewild. Talk about that.
Yeah, we are so close to the airport. In fact, you'll hear planes throughout the entire weekend. And if I recall from previous years, this might technically even be airport property that we're playing on. So it's all part of the Boone County organization, but you'll hear them throughout, nonstop action all weekend long.
Terry, we saw props given out last year. Are they going back to the prop action this year? You got any intel there?
Well, there should be props to anyone that wins this event, if you know what I mean. But I'm not sure what they're doing for the trophies. I would love to see that theme continue, though. Certainly unique when they handed those out last year.
Thanks, Dad.
You got to think we're getting really excited. We're only less than halfway through round 1, and we're talking about the trophy already.
Yeah.
It's exciting out here at Idlewild.
Scoggins giving this a bid.
In the heart of the chains, Ohn wanted to be back down to even or under even, and she is now under par.
And that is only the 3rd birdie of the day on hole 5.
That one gave her some extra confidence. Did you see that kind of reaction from Ohn? That tells me the putter is even hotter than we know right now.
The other birdies by Val, you saw earlier, and Danny Clyden. Par drop-ins. Let's take a peek at the scores here. And the airport.
Valerie is out there getting work done. She's only missed 2 birdies through her round so far.
Ooh,
Clean
hole 8
scorecard.
got Madison.
Yeah, Madison was up there.
Yeah, picked up a double bogey on hole 8, the par 5.
And we got a nice stack up at 2 down. Catrina is right there, tied for 10th at 1 under, looking to get something going.
You like Hokum's chances out here with her forehand? You like Emily Beach with that lefty backhand?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. But let's jump back to your leader, Maduhano, on the tee of hole 8, where Walker picked up the hockey stick.
Now this one is a par 5, very short par 5 if you look at the footage. It's only 576, but there's so much danger. You have to keep it in the fairway.
She filleted that fairway, Zoe.
Yes.
Back to 7 for Gannon. The Gannon forehand looking a little shaky.
And the only job you have to get done off the tee is puring that initial gap.
On hole 6, Scoggins flexes the forehand down the fairway. And will it stay safe? No. Oh, yes?
Yeah, actually, the white painted line is inside, or I guess closer to the creek than those trees, so there is some room to land on the flat.
Okay. I could have sworn I saw something head down into the creek, but optical illusion. Scoggins, thankful to be in bounds. Allen now. Doesn't like it. It's early, Zoe?
It is early, and I think she wanted a little bit of turnover. She wanted a little bit of flex to go down that hill, but she's in just fine position. She can still actually attack the green, but I'm expecting her to want to land short of that island.
Valadez. There's a little turn out of Macy.
And did you see that air bounce?
Yeah.
Little wind kick up there. And roll towards your home disc, but
bonus roll.
Stay away from the OB, which she will.
Eventually. Terry, we're starting to see the disc bounce around a little bit out there. Talk about the wind they're dealing with.
Yeah, the winds have been light and variable so far here this morning, and it doesn't seem to be affecting their play too much. And as Zoe called it, we're going to have 4 shots that look to be inbounds, and thankfully they got a little room off this creek.
Yeah, I wonder if Macy might have just caught a random gust there, because it really didn't look like the rest had that much.
That was a
action.
huge drive from Holland Hanley, by the way. She's close to that tree that marks about 150 feet from the pin.
Gannon throwing 2 on 7 after the early tree hit. Back on track now after that one.
That was an important scramble for Missy. You're right, she is back on track.
And checking out your Canna current conditions. Temperature up a little bit, wind or humidity down.
Like to see that wind speed under double digits. It's always a nice thing for the perfect golf conditions.
Man, what a beautiful area this is.
Sure is, and the way they take care of this park, top notch, record setting, or excuse me, bar setting for really what you want to find yourself. If you want to apply to be on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, take a look at the way this course looks, and I'd say be sure your course is up to standard.
Yeah, right.
The Natty and the local club, all of the volunteers and staff really put the work in and create an incredible player experience out here.
Perfectly mowed fairways in the woods. You'll love to see it. Allen, her second, hole 6.
This is a little bit high and late released. She sneaks through. Call says, oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Got a little lucky with that one.
Call it a 45, 50 footer for Allen if she wants to give that a birdie bid.
So this year, on hole 6, they have pulled the women's tee back to the same tee as the men.
Oh.
And I've checked in with probably over half of our field. All of the women are liking this change.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Scoggins. Scrambling on hole 6, which is kind of what you do after your drive, don't you?
Yeah, there are a lot of trees between Ohn and the basket. Just throwing a good upshot is tough. So, yeah, you can see how wide she had to take that.
That was a
and
nice
she's
shot.
deep in circle, too. Yeah, but that was a good shot.
Yeah, good smart play from Scoggins.
She's also at a good angle to the basket where she can run that. And we know Ohn loves to build her circle 2 stats.
Macy and Jamie Valadez discussing her second play. Looks like Macy will be laying up across the creek as well. Yep.
And that gets her a little closer to the basket, although she is putting kind of towards that deep OB.
Mm-hmm. Macy looking over at Holland Hanley. And Holland also laying up to the far side of the creek. That's done pretty well.
Yeah, that's very well done. She's not too far outside of circle 1.
And there is a lot of fun stuff to do at Idlewild Park. How about this, Terry? Little BMX action.
Yeah, that's on one side of the park. We have BMX. Not far from there, there's mountain biking. And any other weekend you come out here, not only will you see hundreds of casuals playing the course, you'll also see soccer, baseball, and everything else going on. A very, very busy park out here in Boone County.
Terry, are we going to see you and your scooter over there later?
Yeah, I'm going to be taking my scooter off track, as you guys know. We'll definitely get that ready.
We're getting some drone footage of that happening, Terry.
We've got an experienced Terry Miller. He had a birthday just a little while ago.
Yeah.
He's off track with that.
Allen, a long birdie look. Ooh.
Almost.
Oh, are we going to do Terry like this? Oh, we're doing Terry like this. Terry on a scooter. This is on the road, not a BMX track. And down goes Miller. Oh.
Number one rule of scoot riding: two hands on the handlebars at all times.
He was social mediaing a little too hard.
Oh,
Valadez.
We're seeing a couple of really nice bids here. One from Catrina, one from Macy, and now can Ohn bury this one in?
Oh, not off by much is Scoggins. Hanley a little closer for the birdie look.
Our last hope on our feature card.
The hole has seen just 2 birdies on the day, Valadez and Gannon. There's number 3, Zoe.
Excellent.
Huge make from Hanley. 3 down on the day through 6. Clean scorecard. One more look at this Hanley make from circle 2. Oh, good catch.
Yeah, she put it up a little bit higher than the basket on the right-hand side to just watch it fall in, and that it did.
No problem on the comeback par putt for Ohn. Allen and Valadez will do the same. No problem there. And now Valadez. That one thought about it, but does drop home for Macy. Monduhano, second shot. Hole 8. Her card mates were struggling a bit, so had to wait a while and maybe a little bit of a cooler. Although that tree hit maybe kept her.
Yeah, that was actually a little bit of a gift from the tree. It gives her room to actually have an upshot where she would have been on the wrong side of it with jail in front of her.
On 7, Missy Gannon, her third.
Looking for some ground action, and she gets it.
Oh, great. Have that left for par after hitting first available off the tee, Zoe.
What a scramble.
Speaking
and we
of
know
scramble.
Missy's good for those. Yeah, and right here.
Monduhano, that was her 4th.
Too much Anheuser angle on that disc, so.
Her 3rd, excuse me.
Yeah, that was just her 3rd.
Yep.
She could make something really big happen to keep the card clean.
There is a 4th for Gannon in for par. And there is some cute pups and also Garrett Girthy right there. Warming up for the day.
Max altitude reached.
Taking care of loved ones before his round of course. Getting some running out and getting the puppy some exercise.
He and Jess have a dog?
Yeah,
oh, cool.
That's their dog right there on the closer side of the
Oh, I
fence.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
They got engaged recently, right?
Yes, in Norway, actually,
wow.
during the PCS Open.
Congrats to those two. Lovebirds. On 7, Holland Hanley. Ooh, that was nice.
And she is playing for a big skip. She got just about a third of what she was probably looking for, but she's in good position.
Scoggins. Great drive. Oh, no. Oh, no. Terry, we just saw Ohn take another horrible roll.
Yeah, after such a beautiful drive, she gets a good skip moving forward, and then it rolls back on her onto the right side of the fairway. Not favorable for Scoggins. She'll be all right, though.
Speaking of not favorable, how about that Catrina Allen drive, Terry? A very early tree.
Yeah, kick down into the right. I'm assuming that's going to be deemed OB. She'll be heading to the drop zone.
Valadez steps up. Oh my. Look at this shot.
Beautiful. She just peered the gap and landed exactly where you want to be.
And Nux from the gang. One more look at this Mondu. Valadez drive. Picture perfect. Zoe testing that ceiling, peering the gap.
And that's what you have to do, but you have to know that you're going to keep it just underneath that ceiling. And this drop zone is a perfect emulation of the tee shot. You still have to hit about the same size gap, but it carries longer.
Oh my goodness.
Catrina taking the alternative fairway. She'll take that.
So bad it's good again. How about that? Catrina was talking about she was a little loose with the backhand at Ledgestone.
Yeah, well, and she was talking about how it's her favorite thing, her favorite shot to throw in the game, and right now she just does not have trust in it. She's really looking forward to getting back to that, but it's why she's leaning into the forehands.
Gotcha. Yeah, she's really struggling with that release point. And a little late release there. Fortunate to make a lot of progress, though. Should get up and down for bogey. Mondo Hano throwing 4 on hole 8, the par 5. And that will get into circle 1 for a par putt. She has been solid. I don't think the putter has hit the ground yet for Val. Yeah, it has not. It has taken 1 putt on every hole so far. Back on 7. Hanley had a great drive, throwing 2. Underturned from Hanley. That's not great, Zoe.
Not great. Very difficult. Uphill, you got to give it just a slight bit of Anheuser if you're going to throw that shot. She just released it too wide and didn't have the angle. Ohn is trying to locate where that unlucky roll went.
Ah, looks like they found it. Well, Ohn gets ready. Scoggins on the tee of 8. Or sorry, Gannon on the tee of 8. Oh, a little early, but okay, Zoe?
That is okay. There's a pretty small landing zone. You certainly don't want to be right. You want to be center, but a little left is good as well.
Ohn had a fantastic drive that rolled all the way back down the fairway to there. Should get up and down for par, though. Didn't deserve that.
I think she's feeling the same way, Ian.
Yeah, she is. Ohn rocking her Helix hat. Shouts out to my friends over in Palm Desert, John and Cindy running that. Good friends of Ohn's. And Valadez, how about this tee shot?
I mean, this is picture perfect and maybe a then some.
Can she take advantage and grab an easy up and down birdie?
Oh, she releases it a little early and high.
Yep.
Cut down early and it's flat as well, so circle 2 bid.
Jumping ahead to Monduhano. Putt for par. The putter has not hit the ground yet on the day to keep it clean. The scorecard is clean. The putter is clean. Look at that. Look at that, Zoe.
Everything clean and a lot of blue on the card. That's what you want to see to start things off at the Idlewild Open.
5 down through 8. Madison Walker did bounce back nicely. Had birdies on 9 and 11 after that hockey stick on 8. Back into solo second.
I got to point out that everyone in our top 10 is under par. In years previous, it's rare for the most of the field to get under par. So appropriate changes and the skill level of our field just insane these days. Very deep, and we've had so many unique winners.
It's been fun. Scoggins into the bullseye. Allen deeper into the bullseye for a drop-in par. Or sorry, that won't be a par. It'll be a bogey for Allen. There is a Hanley approach, and that's not very good, Zoe.
No, again, lacking some of the angle to pull off the shot that she desires. That's 2 in a row.
On 8, Gannon in her second.
A job well done by Missy. She keeps it just off of the ground and gets the full flight of that disc, and she's in great position.
Hanley had a great drive, but since then, well, it wasn't good until that, Zoe.
She had to work for that.
She did.
Keeping it clean.
That's the second time she's made a very long par putt. Michael Jordan's that one in, right? Love it. Valadez for birdie. Oh, way to cover up that approach.
That's right. Such a good drive. You want to see that capitalized on. She does it.
And Macy under on the day now. A Scoggins par putt will be followed by an Allen bogey drop in. They are on their way to the next. While they do, a break on the network. We'll be back to the action in just a few.
Introducing the F9, Prodigy's most understable fairway driver. The F9 is designed for beginners and lower arm speeds to get maximum distance, full flex flights, and effortless hyzer flows. The F9, available now at prodigydisc.com.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At 1010 Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
Can you feel it? It's fresh and something completely new. It's something that connects us with nature and where we care about what's around us. At Pure Disc, we believe that every small step counts. Our bags, made from recycled materials, may just be a drop in the ocean, but we believe this is the beginning of something. Pure Disc golf bags are waiting for you on our website, puredisc.net, with same-day worldwide shipping wherever you are.
Your leader, Valerie Manduhano on the tee of 9. What's the shape here, Zoe?
Well, just like on a lot of these holes, you've got to play something pretty straight with a little turnover, but you have to peer the gap and stay in the middle. Jail on the right, jail on the left.
And on the left is where you will find Manduhano. Valadez on 8. If you want max distance, this turnover forehand is the play. And looks like it might have stayed clean. Hanley.
Okay, so that fought through, but as you can tell from this angle, she's going to have a difficult approach.
Yeah. Scoggins will also go to the preferred play.
That had so much angle, but it just stopped right there in the piece of the fairway that we call the fairway. So she'll have open shot.
Yeah. Catrina. Ooh, catching the corner tree and staying somewhere around there is Catrina Allen. She'll be chopping her way up this par 5, Zoe.
Good thing it's a par 5.
Yeah. Jumping back to your leader, her second shot on hole 9. Just looking for the up and down par now. A little bit of work left to do. Can she keep the putter and the scorecard clean? On 8, Gannon. This her third. And Missy Gannon into circle 1 for a birdie look. Holly Finley on hole 9 putting for birdie. The Duchess doing her thing right there.
And that is a really good birdie to card. Even though it's not that far away, there is a little bit of luck involved. There's only like a 6-foot gap that you have to peer to just get up there.
Back to hole 8, Allen at the corner for her second. And throws a beaut. Oh, I got her. Still made a lot of progress, though. Can get up and down. Up and down for par from there.
Oh, yeah, it was going to be where...
Manduhano putting for par. A lot of chains, but for the first time, the putter finds the floor at Idlewild.
She caught a lot of chains there, so it landed just beneath the basket. Be a tap-in bogey.
Dropping back into a tie with Madison Walker, who's still playing solid on hole 12 right now. Coming off that birdie on 11.
Got a new name up here in Cadensburg, and then also Lucky Lawrenson having a good round. So pile up at 3 down, 2 down, and again, 1 under for our top 10. I love to see it. That speaks to the changes being totally appropriate for the FPO field.
Manduhano, T of 10. Let's check out the bounce back. This is also a very tough hole traditionally. Let's see if anybody's birdied it today. No. Scoggins on 8, her second. And they are waiting on the green. On the green, LA Hansen punting for par. Circle 2. Not going to do it there. Bogey coming for Hansen. She will be 2 over on the day once that goes home.
And she's looking a little timid on the putting green kind of throughout this whole round so far.
True. Yeah, we saw that early. Low hit. Looks like the gallery is gone now. Scoggins will throw her second. Instead of that, a putt on the green for Gannon. It's a birdie look. Missy doing her thing, carding a nice birdie. She is now at 2 under on the day, tied for 7th. And we are now ready for the Scoggins shot. What do you think? Workable?
Well, she made really good progress. My notes say do not be on the right-hand side of the fairway. However, I think she has a very skinny alternate fairway there.
Speaking of skinny alternate fairways, Zoe.
Yeah.
Holland Hanley.
Having to putt for her second shot on a par 5. She's going to have a lot of work to do from there.
Oh, look at this.
Something that you'll find all throughout this grounds in the Idlewild course. Heard from the ops crew on Monday, watch out for snakes.
Do you know what kind of snake it is? Are you a snake lady?
I'm definitely not a snake person.
If Madison Walker was here,
yep,
she would
or
know.
Sarah Gilpin.
Or, oh yeah, definitely Gilpin. Ooh, nice approach for Manduhano. And 3 is the best 10 has seen. Kind of like hole 3, it's rarely birdied. I don't think it ever actually happens. Wouldn't mind a new tee pad on 10.
I agree with that, and I believe our whole field feels the same. It's a par 3, 368 feet uphill, so pretty much out of reach.
Yeah.
We don't see a lot of drives even getting into circle 2.
It's true, yeah.
I'm really happy that Valerie didn't know that that snake was there. I think that would razz any player, whether you like reptiles or snakes specifically or not. Just knowing something's slithering just a couple feet from your
it was right
feet
by her?
from your foot.
Where's the snake?
Right, just past the base of the tree.
Oh.
And she throws a great shot.
The snake tried to rattle her, Zoe.
Yes. And like I said, it's a theme throughout this course. Wait till we get to hole 17. All kinds of serpent talk there.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Now ready for the Valadez second. The drive very nice. A little overturned on her second.
Yeah, you called it, Ian. That had too drastic of Anheuser angle.
Hanley's third coming up.
So although she's throwing a standstill, she's looking for a very powerful shot to get way up the fairway. This is very low. Not the advancement she was looking for.
No. But an up and down par is still there for Holland. Allen, third. It's still in the middle. She should also grab a par here on hole 8. Jumping ahead to 9 at Missy Gannon, where we saw Val just a while back missed her first putt of the day.
And I believe that's just at circle's edge. That's going to give Missy an opportunity.
Finley for par on hole 10.
Holly Finley has the putter going.
She fires that thing, Zoe.
Yeah, if I'm the basket, I'm always scared when Holly's aiming at me. But those putts are solid and right in the middle of the chains.
See if Val can put one in the middle of the chains for her par as well. And again, that is the best hole 10 has seen all day, a 3. We have seen some big numbers. Contender Emily Beach took a 5 on hole 10. Scoggins.
So she found her way through that alternate kind of skinny right side, no fairway.
Yeah. Ohn slightly disappointed. A live look down at 8's fairway from your Flight Factory drone. The Allen fourth is a little wide, but gets there. Par putt coming up for the 2-time. Hanley's fourth. A little bit of texture on this one, Zoe.
That's true, and all she needs to do is get it close to the basket. Don't try anything heroic. Just weave the trees. Oof. A job well done, but I haven't made too much mention of it yet so far, but a common theme on this course is if you go just a little bit or too far past the basket, you almost will have no shot. It's thickly wooded, and it's a common theme on a lot of these greens. Holland just testing the edge of that. She should have a putt.
Over to Valadez for her third. Still in great position for birdie.
Yep, that's a great spot to be.
Yeah.
On 11, Manduhano. Finding one of the guardian trees there.
The shortest hole on the entire tour. All you got to do is hit a narrow gap and you will find yourself next to the basket.
And we have an Idlewild local, Rebecca Cox. Oh, drop in birdie. Good time to check in on Rebecca. And back to 8's green. Hanley and Valadez both in circle 1, so it should be Scoggins. Oh, maybe not, actually. They just moved her into circle 1. Allen for par. Nice make from Catrina. Jumping ahead to 9 and Gannon. This is a birdie putt. Downhill, low ceiling.
Taking a knee to get more on the level and the height of the basket. That came out of her hand early.
Yep. Doesn't miss too badly, though. Should be able to scramble up a par. Hanley, a par make.
And she maintained balance there pretty well. The back foot just stepped up to meet the front foot, and she held on.
Macy also, for this be a birdie look, excuse me. To grab a stroke on the card.
She does it.
Scoggins in for par. And over to Raven Klein on hole 11. Ooh.
And you know, all weekend long, we're going to be asking for someone to ring it up. Raven, closest on the day.
And we will sneak in a break on the network. Back to the action in just a few.
Can't make it to the course? No problem. Introducing Birdie Pro, the best-selling disc golf board game on the market. It's everything you loved about the original Birdie, but back and improved for the ultimate strategy game experience. Choose your player, build their skills, and do everything you can to make karma work in your favor. Foot faults, headwinds, and even more surprises stand between you and victory. Birdie Pro, available in stores and online.
Play smart. That means getting reliable results from reliable discs.
Keep it simple. Founded in 1995 as Innova's original molding partner, Millennium Golf Discs are designed for control and not overcomplicating your game.
Throw Millennium. premium discs that help you compete at your best.
Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium.
My name is Ricky Wysocki. I founded the Saki Bomb Foundation as a nonprofit organization committed to growing the sport of disc golf with America's youth. The foundation's First Putt initiative puts 50 discs and one portable basket in the hands of PE teachers across the United States at no cost to the school. We've already sent First Putt packages to schools in all 50 states with the generous support from our sponsors. If you want to be a part of this movement, visit sakibombfoundation.org. Thank you for growing the sport of disc golf with us.
Valadez on the tee of 9. Oh, discount double kick.
Yeah, and I'm going to say that was great. A little bit of luck with that greatness in two kicks. One kick, you're going so far off the fairway, you might end up on a different green or in jail.
That was Manduhano approaching on 11 to hopefully grab a par. Back to 9, Hanley. That was not great for Holland either. We'll be scrambling for par. Scoggins. You like her chances, Zoe?
You do, but I'll tell you, that gap is truly only about a staggered 6 feet. It depends on the height that you're going to throw it.
Ohn does use some left to right movement, doesn't she?
And I've even heard some players say that they're just blasting it, hoping to hit the trees and drop near the pin.
Oh.
This was a little bit downhill.
Can Allen find the fairway? No. Well, maybe if she gets lucky. No.
I don't think it's going to be good, but it's not. So some scramble stats for our entire feature card coming up.
On 11, Manduhano for par.
Oh, it's just so good all day already. 11 holes of solid putting for Valerie.
That's 8 makes from the circle's edge today for Val through 11. Back on 9, Scoggins second. Terry, how is Ohn looking after that approach as we watch this putt for Klein on 11?
It looked like Ohn at least got to circle's edge, so she will have a look. It might be a little downhill, but not too obstructed. Let's look for Ohn to possibly scrape up the par here.
Valadez approach coming in. I think that will stay in circle 1 for her look at 3. And over to the other side of the fairway we go for Hanley second.
Well done. I knew she was going to be depending on some ground action, but it mattered for her to land early and get that skip. She did it well.
And Catrina in the woods, left-hand side of the fairway, but can't see the basket. Wow, that ended up in a pretty nice spot for
Nice
Catrina.
and easy. Yeah, best case scenario for hitting a tree off of this tee pad.
Jumping ahead to Gannon. Hole 10. Playing for par on 10, and Gannon off to a good start.
Yeah, that's well done. The entire fairway is littered with tiny tree gaps.
The Scoggins par putt is just a little high. She will have to drop in bogey from there. That'll drop Ohn back to even on the day. 4 off the lead of Manduhano and Walker. Pin high right is Valadez to save par. Bogey coming up for Valadez as well.
That was the right height, and I like how she put the hyzer angle on it. It just didn't quite move left for her.
A Hanley par putt. That keeps it clean for Holland today. 3 down. Holland has 3 Circle 2 makes today. She's 100% C2 putting, 3 for 3, 80% inside the circle. Bogey for Scoggins, par for Allen. Those both follow the bogey drop in for Valadez. Gannon second on 10. Can't play it much better, to be honest. Easy par coming up for Missy. On 12, Mandujano.
Nice shot. Thank you.
And let's check out your scoring lines through the front 9. Val off to a strong start, accurate. Looking for her first elite series top 5 this season, huh?
Madison Walker is doing some work out there. We know she loves the Idlewild course. She has played really good here in the past.
And opportunity for the field. No Tatar, no Pierce. Everyone licking their chops, thinking this might be the one.
And then we've got another opportunity in D-Glow. Of course, that's a playoff event next weekend, but Tatar is not returning from Europe until the World Championships.
Coming at the last minute, huh? Extra time with the family over there. I don't
Keeping
blame
it
her for
sharp,
that.
though. She's got the European Championships in Estonia, and I know that the pride of the entire country having that event in Estonia is a very big deal. Kristen is super excited. Had a chance to catch up with her over in Europe, and she said that this was one of the bigger titles that she was excited about this year.
Oh, really cool. Missy Gannon for par. On hole 10. That's the score you need on 10. Ella Hansen. This is a bogey make. And Ella going the wrong way early. They are waiting for the green to clear. You are correct, Ohn. Par is good.
Yeah, I really liked hearing that out of Ohn. Par is good.
Hanley, first on the box.
Yeah, however you're going to choose to do it, you want to get as far up the center as possible. Just a little fade left is okay. And this is a faster green, but we just haven't even seen anyone get close to the green off the tee yet.
Speaking of that, Holland added to that list. She will be struggling for par from there. There's a whole host of trees to miss on that right side. Allen hoped to keep it clean off the tee. She cannot find that backhand release point, Zoe.
And she somehow skates past that very first guardian tree, so she's got a little advancement, but she's not in a good place.
Yeah, you can see she's just trying to find that form, Zoe. Valadez.
A little bit early release, but Ian, I talked about a little bit of that left side. She even got a friendly roll. That's a good position for Macy.
Best of the bunch by far. Scoggins. Oh, boy. Oh, that's a nice kick out into the middle, at least.
Yeah, it's kind of like a dry creek bed that is the middle of the fairway.
Yeah. Jumping ahead to Gannon on 11.
I want to see somebody ring this one up, Ian. It's so close.
Just right there.
Only 192 feet away, but the gap you have to hit is, again, just under 6 feet wide or right about 6 feet.
New hole 12, second shot for Mandujano. Or new pin position, excuse me. Val looking for par now on 12 after that tree hit. Back to hole 10 and Hanley, her second. Oh, I thought she did it, Zoe.
I know. She pushed that height to just the absolute ceiling she could have. She had good angle, just clipped that tree. It was a very good attempt.
She says, what did I even hit up there? And Holland, I don't even know. It looked like it was on the way to the bucket. Ohn, her second. Gonna pick a gap and hope to get lucky, Zoe.
Even though that looked so beautiful, again, there's just so many trees guarding this basket. Ohn hits one in the circle. She'll have a putt.
Over to Allen and her second.
Right out of her hands. A very struggle and difficult hole here for Catrina.
Manuhano's approach. Val plays very fast.
That's true.
Yeah.
And guess what? She's parked.
She is. Not parked is Catrina Allen after that pretty early tree hit. Likely bogey coming up. Sitting even on the day. Will put her 5 off the lead. Macy's third. Is it? No, this is her second, isn't it? Wow, best of the bunch by at least 100 feet, Zoe.
Yeah, I mean, talk about advantage and feeling pretty good about yourself walking up to that drive.
Throws the turnover forehanded just outside bullseye. Nicely done by Macy. A little note here coming up after this Hanley approach. That will work for bogey for Holland. And last year, apparently, we're 5 under par rounds the entire event. We're sitting at 11 right now.
Just in the first round. And,
yeah.
You know, that's what I've been talking about, studying all of the stats and the scores from last year. I'm just very excited for what we're going to see and the scores that will be put up in this year's event.
And a nice approach by Catrina Allen should also work for bogey. Scoggins looking at par.
And catches just enough of those left side trees. I was worried about it. Ohn doesn't like to put Anheuser on her putt and those trees lining the right hand side, but she got enough of those chains to card it.
Valadez also looking at par. Trying to get comfortable. Gets it in. Hanley looking at bogey. Holland's first bogey of the day. And an Allen bogey coming up as well. Holland drops to 2 under. Catrina 1 over. Missy Gannon, you saw the drive on 11. Here's the birdie putt. One of the iconic holes at Idlewild, although this short is memorable.
That's right, and we've said it already, but in case you missed, it's only 192 feet, par 3, shortest course on the, or shortest hole on the entire tour, and it will remain that way. Again, it's only the second hardest hole, or second easiest hole on the course. We're looking for an ace. We have not seen that happen in the past, but a lot of birdies here.
Apparently this is the second shortest course on tour, and the distance needed to get into Circle 1. It's the second shortest on tour. Waco is the shortest course, excuse me. Valadez.
4 more chances for the OTB shot of the day, but I just want to see that number 1 on the scorecard. You know I'm always looking for it, Ian.
Valadez catching a late tree. Looks like she'll be in Circle 2, maybe the fairway for the birdie look. Scoggins. Hanley going to the standstill. Did not help the accuracy, though.
Yeah, that was released like a whole second early. Let's see if Catrina Allen can get something going here.
Allen, early tree for Catrina. Terry, have you seen an ace on this one? I feel like we've seen a Macbeth practice ace, maybe?
Yeah, throughout the years, guys, I feel like if there's some social media you're going to see from Idlewild leading into the event, it's an ace on this very hole. I know Jessica Weiss a few years ago had rung one up. I think there was just a post a few days ago by another FPO player. Maybe it's the calmness of practice that gives you that little extra oomph to go for it and have no repercussions. But today here, not very impressive on the drives. We see some spraying all over the place during this first round.
Yeah, that was not great, to be honest. Maybe some cubby aces as well, probably on hole 11. RIP to Carl Cubbage, one of the great disc golf commentators back in the day. Allen second.
Man, the difficulty on that shot was very high, and Catrina did as much as she could.
Yeah.
She's still going to have to make a very uphill putt.
You ever watching Disc Golf Monthly back in the day, Zoe?
Oh, yeah. I got a little bit of that action.
Nice. The old Delaware deucer.
The high cutty.
Yeah. Love those little vids. Scoggins, her second. Oh,
Up
that's
and
lovely.
over and parked.
That was legit the highlight to my month, man, when the Disc Golf Monthly used to come out back in the day. There was not a lot of disc golf coverage about 20 years ago. Yeah, Carl Cubbage and Jimmy McIlvaine always on commentary. They were great.
Man, Jimmy, he's an intense guy, but the kind of intensity I really get into.
Nice, so. Hanley off fairway left for her second. That is pretty bad and getting worse for Holland Hanley.
Yeah,
you
not
gotta miss long on that approach, Zoe.
You've got to.
You can't do that. Ugh. And Hanley now in circle 2 for this par look. After keeping it clean through 9, we'll need this to avoid back-to-back bogeys.
Boy, this would be an incredible make. I feel like the basket has to be between 12 and 15 feet higher than where she is.
Yeah.
Oh, that had a chance.
Oh, it sure did. Grabbed it on 2 dimensions, just missing the 3rd again. Valadez. It's a birdie putt. It is a layup for par. Catrina Allen. A look for 3.
Oh, and I thought that was going to be left, but that's just the way Catrina's putt and swing looks. It's in the basket. That was a big save.
That definitely was. A Hanley bogey putt coming up. Valadez in for par. And a Scoggins par coming up as well. One more look at this Allen make. Well done, and she is on her way to hole 12. When she gets there, we'll show the action. Back. A break coming up.
What people are going to notice when they pick up the Supreme Series is superior grip, superior durability.
The inspiration of creating a new disc line for Dynamic Disc was to actually step up the quality even more.
Our friends over at Latitude 64 have to have special molds made. And this Supreme line of plastic is truly a premium plastic. It's a premium disc, and you will know it when you touch it and when you throw it, that it's as good as it gets.
What's up, guys? Welcome to Grow Generation. Today we're in Redding, California at one of our flagship stores. Let's go check it out. We are the largest hydroponics retailer in the country with over 60 locations nationwide. At Grow Generation, we carry thousands of products, from personal home gardens all the way up to large-scale cultivation facilities. So head over to growgeneration.com where you can find the store closest to you, or order online. Use the code DGPT for 10% off your next order.
Welcome back. Missy Gannon, her second. Hole 12. Ooh. Early tree for Gannon. Jumping ahead to 13 after a lengthy backup. Val through the Y tree. Your leader, Val.
Pressing the right side and the ceiling, and she has placed it very well. She's going to be happy with that spot.
Valadez. Look at this sidearm, Zoe.
That was huge, and it skipped so far left that she can take the old fairway as the alternative route to the pin.
How about that?
That Mando is at 300 feet away. We're going to see a lot of players throw a slower speed up to the Mando and hope for the new fairway, but I like the way Macy has attacked.
Scoggins next. Talk about the changes here on 12, Zoe.
So the pin is shorter and it's left. If you're a local, as Terry called it earlier, it's a completely different hole. But for our touring players, it's just a matter of doing your homework and finding your placement. Ohn is burned down to the ground very early. It may give her a low straight shot with the new fairway, but otherwise she's going to have to do 2 placement shots just to get there.
Allen. Testing the left side and not passing that test. Kicking off to the right. Terry, how is the Allen lie after that kick?
Yeah, as you called it, it kicked off to the right-hand side, and I was just thinking, Ohn's very fortunate. Hers burned out into the center of the fairway. Otherwise, she would have had a similar challenge. That right side is trouble.
Terry, talk to us about Hanley now as well.
Yeah, Hanley is going to be in a similar position. We've got spotters running over to double check. I'm guessing they're going to be within 20 or 30 feet of each other, and it is going to be a challenge to get out of that right side clean. I don't see a birdie in play for either of them.
Birdie in play, though, for Macy Valadez after this huge forehand. Just piped Zoe.
And that was the plan. Keep it just hovering off the ground, fast speed, get the ground play to the right. Don't even worry about that new fairway.
Was everyone else bogeying?
Reminds me of Kristen Tatar. You know, the low line drives.
I was kind of holding off on saying this, but we're just now to where the teeth of the course really get shown. We've had some early struggles, but we're going to see some scoring separation starting at about this point forward.
Right. On the fairway, Gannon, her third.
Very well done, funneling towards the basket. That was a great scramble.
So that was her fourth. She'll have that left for bogey, excuse me. Back to the fairway for Ohn second.
Squeaks past that very first guardian tree and advances up but gets cut down early. She's looking to get this one close for a par.
Here's the bogey putt for Gannon. Gannon keeping it under on the day. Monduhano on 13. Her second it got up there.
Yeah, she broke through a lot of tree branch hits and still, I think, got underneath the log.
How about that? Over to Hanley on 12, her second.
Too wide of a release for Holland. Still has work to do.
Yeah, Terry, how are Holland and Ohn looking now for their third shots?
I like Ohn as she's going to be able to get up and down. She's going to be a little more than 100 feet away. Holland, on the other hand, not so much. She still has plenty of work to do and some shot shaping.
Thank you, Terry. And Allen, just about the same as Hanley.
You can see just how difficult of a position this is for Catrina. Tough to even get footing correctly. Wow, I love this shot. Oh, she gets clipped down early.
Mostly in the fairway, though, it looks like.
Yep, it shouldn't be too much work. Just like we heard Terry talking about Ohn's position, Catrina will be similar there.
Let's jump ahead to 13.
Ella, join in. Hurry, Ella, get in.
Got a tornado going here in a second.
Yeah, 2 discs and 2 actual fans to create the airwaves. This is beautiful, and this is what I call card mate camaraderie.
It might just take off.
Yeah, these two are.
Back to the disc golf action. Hole 12, Hanley's third. Circle 1?
Yeah, that'll give her a chance. She's going to have to make a longer circle 1 putt.
Couple holes back, Hanley was 1 off the lead, but is now just 1 down on the day. Valadez had the monster drive. Has this for her second.
Not an easy look to approach the pin.
Yeah.
You see how many trees. You can barely see the pin just because there's so many trees between her and there.
The shape is good. Will it miss? Oh, yeah. So Macy also snuck that one into circle 1 for a birdie. Look, let's check out Andyke's analysis, brought to you by our friends at blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Placement off the tee is the very first and most important task for every player in the field. And it's not about trying to get through this track clean. The scramble percentage is going to have to be high because you will hit a tree, and 100% C1X is the demand. The podium is a tough place to find yourself these days. You've got to have 100% C1X.
That was the story for Maduhano early. Just that one miss on hole 9. Catrina Allen's third. Just outside the bullseye for par. Gannon, tee of 13.
Oh. Missing the Y tree gap, but getting kind of an ollie off of the tree out into the open.
The wall ride. Scoggins. That's her third. Also to set up a par putt. Valadez. It's a birdie putt. Nice birdie from Macy, grabbing a stroke on the card. Hanley for par. Nice putt from Holland, limiting the damage.
And I just talked about those scramble rates being high. Holland has answered to the scramble today.
Catrina, also looking at 4. Scoggins, a par look as well.
Oh,
What?
no. Just a little bit right of her mark, and the chains actually helped push it out. She was not centered up enough on that putt.
Oh, man. Uncharacteristic stuff for Scoggins. Maduhano, her third. And now a putt for par. Nicely done by Monduhano. And she heads to 14. We sneak in a break on the network. We'll be back to the action in just a few.
The orbit fell, and this thing has been amazing. The plastic, the flight, everything is just amazing. You can really manipulate the angles on this thing. It's a felon, but it does things that felons really aren't supposed to do, and that's why I love it.
This is one of the most beautiful runs of discs we've ever had. This 2023 signature line.
The artwork, it's beautiful. I was so impressed when this disc came out.
A disc that all skill levels can use. If you're on the biggest stage, you want to make sure you're confident with what you're playing with. And PA3 gives me confidence when I'm putting on the green. Some of the prettiest plastics and the prettiest discs I've seen. I'm throwing it every single round. You should bag one as well.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
A round of disc golf can be long, and if you're playing in a tournament, it can feel like a marathon. This can leave you physically and mentally fatigued by the end when your shots matter most. With space for your discs, water, and even a place to sit, a cart enables you to bring what you need, helping you feel more prepared and energized without carrying the extra weight. This can help you maintain your edge and save you strokes through every round.
Check out the whole lineup at clashdisc.com.
Missy Gannon on hole 13. You saw the drive. You got a little, maybe a lot lucky, Zoe?
Oh,
a lot lucky.
Yeah, I'll give that a nice, healthy portion of luck.
Oh, that's. Sure, we'll have that left. And welcome into the booth in Burlington, Ian and Zoe. What do you make of your first 9 here at Idlewild, Zoe?
Well, there's been a lot happening. It started off like pretty comfortable. We had a bunch of people under par, but then the middle of the course kind of set in, and now we're on the back where the teeth really are shown. We're going to see huge score separation. And right now what I make of it is players need to stay focused and confident. We can't let one tree hit kind of put us in that fear or worry zone.
It's going to happen, right?
It's going to happen.
Got to be ready for it. Checking out your scores there. Madison Walker and Monduhano still holding on through this tough stretch, Zoe.
And Alexis jumping up there in solo third.
Yeah, how about that? Macy Valadez playing well with her forehand there. And we do have Got 9 under par rounds right now. They're 5 through 3 rounds last year.
Such a better scoring layout, and the changes are great. There weren't a lot of them, but the ones that were implied were super critical.
Yep, super impactful. It's been fun to watch so far. Let's see if the gang can keep it going. Who's going to jump out to that day 1 lead?
I like where Valerie's sitting right now, and her putter is looking so solid. The most on the day, really.
Yeah, and that kind of is her superpower. Once she gets that dialed in, we should see her at the top again.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the story today. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think?
Well.
Oh, we got Val putts coming up for us.
Yeah, I think that's what we should be watching right now. Taking a note at home. This is exactly what you want your putt to feel like, look like, be like. She's got a rhythm and routine that is exactly the same every time. She's hitting the center of the pole just above the cage. And it's, like I said earlier in the show, it gives me confidence every time I see Valerie getting ready to putt.
A great make on hole 3 to save par. He has 8 makes from the edge of the circle today. Looking like the Val we're used to. With authority on hole 4. And one of 2 birdies on the day on hole 5.
Which I was
pin.
Yeah, I was expecting to see a few more there, Ian, but you got to get the drive perfectly placed.
Oh, and back to
the
back
memory
she goes.
putt. And that one is so impressive with how much higher the cage and the chain assembly are from where she was standing.
She is rolling just 1 bogey on the day. That one back on hole 9. There are her Paragon notable statistics.
So the fairway hits, kind of surprising to see it only 10th because she's doing such good work out there. But the C1 and C2, pretty good. C1X, 92%.
Solid. Just that 1 miss on the day. Hole 13, one of the more iconic ones out here at Idlewild.
Yeah, it's the infamous Y tree. Gotta hit the Y tree gap. If you miss it, you have to have a really large quantity of luck.
Valadez, early release, finds the Y tree. Will it find in bounds? He doesn't know, or is that red? That was red.
Yeah, I think that was OB.
No. Catrina. Another late release from Allen. It's fighting, though. Did it fight far enough? No. Oof.
Out of bounds for Catrina. Just struggling with that backhand release point. They're hoping she can find her mark throughout this weekend.
Can Holland find the fairway?
This is beautiful. All you want to do is get straight out the gap as far as possible and just let the disc fade just ever so slightly. She's in awesome position.
Ohn. Flexes it through the gap nicely. Well done by Scoggins. Flying past Hanley even.
Not often you see that.
I know. Ohn
That was
flexing
an
on him.
impressive shot.
Gannon, her third. We are ahead on the fairway of the same. Let's fly this, one of our signature holes, Zoe.
Yeah, it definitely is with the iconic Y tree. It's a par 4 and appropriately deemed 584 feet. It's downhill all the way through this first shot, and it kind of levels out to flat, but there's OB kind of winds its way. It cuts across the fairway, and then it's the left-hand side. And right about this area where the sun and the shade kind of part, that's a great landing zone. And then you see these 2 gaps right here that we're flying through the right side of. You got to pick which one, pick backhand or forehand, and get yourself up to the green. A birdie is possible, but it takes 2 piered shots to get there. Right now, this is actually playing as the second hardest hole on the course. Of course, we haven't seen all of our field get through some of these later holes, but this is a really difficult hole. We're seeing a lot of struggles just getting through that first Y gap, and typically it's in the second shot that we see the tree hits in the OB.
Macy found the OB off the tee, throwing 3. Solid progress from there.
It was a very good shot. Working on her scramble rate.
There's Catrina grabbing her OB drive. And Catrina is a 4-step meter.
Yeah, you got to know the size of your feet versus the size of a meter. See some of those smaller foot sizes getting the 4 steps in. I personally have 3.5 of my feet.
Nice. And Allen in the fairway. Terry, it looks like play is starting to slow down a little bit as we kind of head into this tough stretch. Talk about that.
Thankfully, we just had one group as we were here on hole number 13's tee, but as Zoe has alluded to, we're coming into the real meat of the course. We see difficult holes like this one, hole number 16, hole number 18. Things will slow down. We've been on a pretty good clip so far today, but all the players are going to have to just take a deep breath, slow down, and prepare themselves for a little bit of patience as they try to close out their difficult round here at Idlewild.
Thank you, Terry. We're watching a backup right here now with one of your leaders. Raven Klein coming off the win in Canada, Zoe?
That's right. The Canadian national champ taking that title off of Ella Hansen at a new course for the Canadian Nationals. They were in Thunder Bay this year versus Prince Edward Island.
Hanley finding first available with her second. We'll be playing for par now. Scoggins, the class of the gang, throws her second. All right, Ohn. Circle's edge, maybe?
Yeah, that's Ohn range.
Holland walking not too far before she throws her third. Before that, though, Manduhano, tee of 14. Ooh. Zoe, how's she doing looking over there?
I'm going to give that a 50-50. It really just depends. She may have a step out.
Taking a look at your scores. And Zoe, I'm taking a look at 13. It is flashing some teeth here. We just saw a couple hockey sticks out of Hansen and Ananda.
Ooh.
Yeah. Back to the fairway for Hanley's third.
All right, that's the type of upshot you want. Hit the base of the basket, land in the bullseye.
One more look at this Hanley approach. Terry, it seems like OB early is really just a death sentence on hole 13. Have you seen anyone get up and down for par?
No, that's just not going to happen with the way that this hole is shaped. That if you go OB like we saw from Catrina Allen or even Macy Valadez, you can't get to the pin even with a miraculous second shot. So you're playing for bogey at best if you're OB early.
Yeah, it seems like it. Macy had a great second shot and still a couple hundred feet away for her fourth, and we'll have that left for a bogey putt somewhere around circle's edge. Allen and her fourth. Oh. That will work for bogey, a drop-in version. This is a birdie look coming up for Ohn Scoggins, and that would be the fourth on the day. Birdies by Candace Burge, Jessica Weiss, and Sarah Gilpin so far for the fourth of the day. Ohn.
Oh, and just off of her mark again. This time on the left-hand side, though. She missed right earlier, so just trying to dial it back to the center pole for Ohn Scoggins.
The Goldilocks putt is coming up on the next one, Zoe.
Yes.
For bogey, Macy Valadez.
Beautiful stroke. You know, Macy really found her putt for round one. Thinking back to just last weekend at Idlewild, she had so many circle one and circle two opportunities and just wasn't ever able to capitalize. Yep. So feeling a lot more confidence coming out of her on the green.
Scoggins coming back for par. There's the Scoggins putt we're used to seeing. Bit of an opportunity missed after two great shots. Hanley in for par. And that will be followed by an Allen bogey. And to 14 they go. And if you guys are watching for free on YouTube today, and you want to watch all weekend long, and you want to watch Worlds coming up, you want to watch USDGC, the playoffs are coming up, the championships, subscribe to the Disc Golf Network. Head over to discgolfnetwork.com or just open your camera, point it at that QR code. Let's check out your upcoming events.
For about 2 weekends in a row now, I've been just really getting hyped up and thinking about the World Championships. The fact that we've got throw pink qualifiers all over the place. There's still some pretty recognizable names on our FPO leaderboard that have not qualified for the throw pink event. And here's the stretch right in front of us.
Man, I love D-Glow. It's such a fun watch.
Everybody loves the D-Glow. Yeah, that is a treacherous course.
And Rochester, our first time in there for a while.
That should be exciting. Yep. A lot of history in the Rochester, New York area for disc golf.
And we got PDGA Pro Worlds coming from Smugs. Man, it doesn't get much better than that, Zoe.
It'll be our first look at Kristen Tatar back in the United States, and we know she's trying to defend her title and get 2 World Championships back-to-back under her belt.
And then PEI after that.
One of the most beautiful, and I like to call it one of the safest places on the planet.
Oh, yeah, probably is, huh?
Yeah.
Manduhano. Third shot for Val. And onto the green goes Val. In circle 2 for her par on hole 14. We'll show you that once it happens. There's your future car making a bit of a long walk from 13 to 14. You got in some practice rounds on the course, Zoe? How'd it go?
I did, and it was my very first time this year getting to play the course. I got to play with Juliana Korver. I got to play with Sai Ananda, Stephanie Vincent, a few players in the field that I just really love studying. I love watching their style. I love hearing how they're attacking their full tour season. Speaking of Sai, there she is, keeping the body warm. You know, oftentimes we have players write in and ask us, what do you do during a backup? Well, you don't waste too much energy, but you keep the blood flowing, keep the heart rate decently up. And what you don't want to do on a backup is think about your round. Don't spend too much time looking at UDisc. Don't spend too much time thinking about what's coming up. Keep your brain into a safe place. Wait for the action.
How's your hack game, Zoe?
Oh, my hack game's way up. I'm cresting that 1,000 rated mark.
Long birdie look for Klein on 14. Oh, that's still a par putt coming up, though.
This is the one I've been throwing.
I heard these were really good though, because they're more puddle top.
Yeah,
because I hate the premium ones. Like they would never come out puddle top. But like I have like the puddle with the top is puddliest.
It feels
top.
really good.
Yeah, which is funny because I feel like
Holly Finley ahead on the green, or nearly to the green. And Holly will have that left for double bogey. Zoe just one birdie on 14 today. But
14 is difficult. You have to nail your tee shot, and you have to fade just a little bit right, or just keep it straight. That is a difficult thing to do. I feel like gravity really has its way with you on that hole, on this hole.
Par putt for Manduhano.
Oh, yes.
Again?
Line drive right to the bottom of the cage. Valerie, best at putting on the day.
Fantastic.
Yeah, take a look at how this is just so powerful. She digs deep, get the knee bend, and the body's already leaning forward to just put way more spin and effort into it. The height is perfect. And, of course, the release point all day long.
Perfect
Count it.
Putt. That will maintain her share of the lead. Still knotted up with Madison Walker. Klein with a nice par putt as well. And a rough start, but she's kind of found her stroke in this tough stretch. How about that? Rebecca Cox. That's a bogey make for Rebecca. Having a bit of a rough day at 8 over. Finley, this is a double. Oh, no.
No. You'd never like to see that.
Yeah. You do like to see a young Rebecca Cox playing Idlewild, though, right?
I like to see
look at
any
her.
of our players in their younger stages.
So
Take a look at
adorable.
this form, how she lines up and how she throws. There's just so many similarities. Obviously, she's grown and evolved as a player, but oh my goodness.
Chaining out for ace right there. The putt still looks good, too.
Even the putt, yeah. Look at this force over by such a young Rebecca.
She threw her glasses off right there. Do you see that? They're
Lot
flying
of
off her
force.
face with the force. Fun look back there. And looking at Missy Gannon on the tee of 14. Missy in a tie for 6th, 1 under on the day. Oh.
I was afraid of that. She had just a tilt of hyzer angle on her disc, and to me, because you want to go straight or even fade a tiny bit right, I would have liked to see her release that flatter.
Win next. Ooh. Oh.
I wanted to see that one finish around that tree. That looked really good. And then last second tree hit. All of a sudden, you're in jail.
Hansen goes to the forehand play. It's in the middle, at least.
It's in the middle, but you can see how hard it is to get through on your tee shot here.
This is a Sai shape if I've ever seen one. Oh.
Takes a couple of tree hits and lands in the fairway just off the path. That's great position.
Jumping ahead to 15 and Manduhano. That was interesting, Zoe. That's not what you want, is it?
No, again, common theme. You've got to be in the middle. You've got to be on the fairway.
And the gang hanging out while they wait for the fairway to clear on 14. We just saw those tee shots.
Good job, Ella. You can have an there.
They are talking about Ella Hansen. Now her second. We hear it instead of see it, which is not usually a good sign. Fairway-ish for Hansen.
And we heard Holland say you can get up and down from there, so I would have to agree with that.
I feel like getting the whole
15 and being like, well, 16, 17, 18, good luck with that.
But I played like a local beach here, and like the ratings were so that I averaged like.
Gannon ahead on the fairway. Missy's second. Looks like she's got an alley out though, Zoe.
Yeah, she does, and that is a gift almost if you're kicked off the fairway and you have a window.
Oh, really nice progress for Gannon.
Yep, great advancement.
And we got more dog park action for you from the drone cam. No double G this time, but we have more dogs to compensate. There's the big dog and the small dog side. It's a backup. You know, we do what we can.
Man, the shape that Hannah put on her disc off the tee was just so good. Barely clipping the left side of a tree and boom, off into a very rough position. So we'll see what she's looking at here in just a moment.
Looks like grabbing some slow discs over there.
Probably just a placement shot.
And that's exactly what it was, Zoe. Good enough? It's back on the fairway?
Yeah, it's back on the fairway, but she's got to cover some distance now on this third shot.
Second shot for Manduhano on 15. That should putt in circle one even. Great second shot.
Yeah, that was the scramble she was looking for.
Ananda not playing this one for birdie. Just getting down to the flat. She will pitch it across for a par putt from there.
Smart play to limit damage after a little bit of struggle.
Beautiful scenic there as we take a look at Madison Walker's scorecard. She is looking for her first top 10 in over a year, Zoe.
Wow, and she comes to Idlewild, one of the toughest courses to do it. Again, we've talked about how she's got a lot of experience here, but Madison Walker's doing a lot of work out there on the tour. We know she's doing the post-produced commentary for Jomez, and sometimes when you've got all these other obligations with media and with other things out here on the tour, it is hard to put the time into your personal game.
Madison Walker putting in the work today. See if she can keep it clean down the stretch. Had a drop-in birdie on 16 for the solo lead. Pretty likely we'll be watching her on your lead card tomorrow. Hansen at her third on 14. Wow.
Making the cameraman dance usually is a good sign, and Ella is close to the basket. Great scramble.
That really was. We're back on the tee with your feature 1 card.
Now, I didn't see the game of hacky sack happening here. I'm a little worried about some colder muscles.
True.
We'll see how these ladies bounce back off of this break. I did see some snacking, though, and that's good. You keep that brain fed, keep the energy levels stable.
The win in her 4th.
And a great shot just outside of the bullseye.
Grabbing some mushrooms. Looks like chanterelles, maybe? What are those, Zoe? You know mushrooms.
Yeah, I think you're right here. And the fact that Idlewild, we haven't talked about this yet, but Idlewild produces a couple of really yummy edible mushrooms, and we know Ohn is cooking her organic fruits and vegetables just right there, camped off the course. So being able to forage in this forest, you know, maybe that'll bring a little more luck and good juju.
I like it.
The course provide. And during a backup, why not?
Why, right? Maduhano for a share of the lead. There we go. Maduhano back on the birdie train, her first since hole 7. Now tied with Madison Walker at 5 down. Oh, excuse me. Walker just grabbed a birdie on 17. Thanks to a circle 1 putt there. Cadence holding on. Still in lead card position.
Like to see that. And throw pink qualifier spot.
Oh,
Same
nice.
thing with Lukey Lawrenson. Both looking to get that throw pink spot. There are 2 available. And I mentioned a few big names. Lisa Fakis she's tied for 6th, but just out of that qualifying spot. We saw her almost earn it last weekend.
We are flying 14 before your picture card plays it.
Second hardest hole on the course today, 556-foot par 4. Look at all these trees. You've got to navigate. You've got to be able to get your tee shot out, straight, and in the fairway. A tiny bit of fade right is good, but straight is great. We've seen so many tree kicks, and we've seen most of the field having to scramble not just 1 shot, but 2 shots to get to the basket.
Yeah.
And again, the drone just flying through here. I'm like worried about it clipping a wing and getting kicked off to the left-hand side of the fairway. And here is OB right as you're approaching the basket. You could, you know, insult to injury, land in there and add a stroke.
Hanley, like her friend Ellie Hansen, goes to the forehand. Hansen is way down, or Hanley is way down there. That's just a spectator rope, right?
Yes. Yep, no OB on that left-hand side.
You have to go way down there to get there.
Man, that had a lot of flip up. She gave it a good amount, a little bit of hyzer angle, but it flipped up to flat and just kept flying straight for days.
Ohn Scoggins, this won't fly straight for days. Ohn leaving that one too low. It sticks on the left-hand side. Looks crowded over there. Gannon ahead on the fairway. It's her third. And Missy will have that left for par. To stay at 1 under, 5 off the lead. Back to the tee, Valadez. Macy weaving well down the fairway, but also sticks on that left-hand side. Farther down than Scoggins, though. On the green, Missy Gannon for par. Nice.
Never a doubt.
Nope. And back to the tee, Allen. Catrina 2 over on the day. Not the way she wanted to start her defense.
Although that was a clean release and a nice looking line, Catrina's still struggling to make distance up the fairway.
And back to your BMX action. Tail whip? Tail whip? Just kind of chilling.
Maybe he's just getting warmed up.
Yeah, I think so. Back to disc golf, Missy Gannon. Tee of 15. It's about where we saw Manduhano, I believe.
Yep, and the goal here is just to get as far as possible off the tee. It is drastically uphill.
Back to 14 for Allen, second. And Catrina making progress. A play for par is there. Terry, we're watching Ohn throw her second right now. Talk about the Hanley position after that monster forehand drive.
Yeah, it was a great drive, as you guys said, just to the left of the spectator rope, and I'm standing over it now, and it's really just 50 scattered trees between her and the pin. There is not an obvious line to the basket, so she can see it. It's not that far away, but it's definitely obstructed.
We'll see what she does from over there. Scoggins made a little progress. She's also playing for par now.
We're seeing a little frustration out of our feature card and second card. A lot of tree hits, almost more than I remember seeing last weekend at Northwood Blue, and you know, that's rare.
Yeah. We're kind of in this really tough stretch. So 13, 14, and 16 are 3 toughest holes on the track. Excuse me. Valadez, left-hand side of the fairway for her second.
Excellent shot. Talking about peering some very tiny gaps and making it count. That was a sweet scramble from Macy.
What a shot from Macy.
Nice and low. Appropriate angle just to go left of these trees and hook back to the right. Little ground action, and she's close to the basket.
For only the second birdie of the day. And will be the first by a right-handed player. Emily Beach, the solo birdie. Looks like Scoggins will be next to act. Or it will be Hanley. Hanley approach. Ooh.
Yeah, it just gets kind of stopped dead in its tracks by the bridge, so
Okay,
it's
good.
safe.
Nice.
Yeah.
Terry, I'm told the MPO first off the tee is right behind you guys right now. Talk about that.
Yeah, a moment ago, Matt Bell came up to me. He said, yeah, we've got this big old gallery following us. I saw Ezra Robinson, also Anthony Barella, but on AB's bag, Paul Macbeth. So just like last weekend, he's out here supporting his teammates and his friends. Today it looks to be AB. Let's hope that's a better situation than what we saw in Europe.
You said it, not me, Terry. Looking at Scoggins in her third on 14. He's working on the caddy game, you know?
I really, really like to see him support his teammates like that. I know if Paul Macbeth was on my bag, that's instantly probably about a 40-point rating boost.
On 15, Missy Gannon in her second. Just a little too low for Missy Gannon, finding ground a lot early. She'll be playing for par from there. Allen in her third.
Man, Catrina just can't get a break. Although that right there was a lucky break. She's in bounds versus out of bounds.
Yep. In circle 2, though, putting for par is the two-time and defending Idlewild champion. Ananda second on 15. Oh, yeah.
Fantastic for Sai Ananda.
Ohn Scoggins. That was her.
I believe that was her fourth.
Was it her fourth? Okay. Gannon, a long look for birdie.
Oh, yes. That's what we call a little field ace, a little throw in and run it in, Missy Gannon. That'll get the heart rate going, the blood pumping, and that's really good for the scorecard.
What a make.
In the basket from 92 feet is what UDisc is calling it. Wow. That will get the mojo going.
Heck yeah. There is Holland across. She'll have that left for par. Speaking of par, Catrina Allen.
Yes. Okay, so we've got some putters heating up from distance.
Yes, so. Catrina needed that one. Just one birdie on the day, 3 bogeys, avoiding the fourth with this par make. Cash. Scoggins.
Oh,
that was
my gosh.
Ooh.
Now that was pretty high in the chains. It was right on the pole, but it was coming in at about 200 miles an hour, so it was hard for the basket to hold that putter.
A double bogey for Scoggins, dropping her to 3 over on the day. Valadez, this is a birdie. No, it's not a birdie. Oh my goodness.
Just when we were starting to see things really heat up, cooling off with a couple of spit outs on this basket.
Ooh. That one was operator error, Zoe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd have to agree with that.
Ugh. Hanley, that's in for par. And let's take a look at this. The Scoggins putt.
And this is just too many misses on the day for the putting for Ohn Scoggins. There's definitely some frustration coming out.
It was center, but it was high in the chains for Ohn. I hope Ohn never looks at me like that.
Yeah, you don't want that look
No,
coming out of one of the happiest players
You're
out
in
there.
trouble if Ohn's looking at you like that. There is Madison Walker holding on to that one-stroke lead.
Lisa Fake is trying to do some work, trying to qualify for throw pink. A little bit of score separation happening.
How about those Mandujanos at the top there in second and third? Walker, her third on 18. Yep, that's a play for par from there.
Yep, and it was about as good as she could do. She's off the fairway. Anything that's off of the center of this part of this fairway is really difficult to get any power behind.
Jumping back to your feature card, Holland Hanley on the tee of 15.
I'm so happy to see that lacing through that last tree because that was a well-thrown shot by Holland. She's way up the fairway.
Yeah, huge tee shot. Jumping to one of our signature holes at Idlewild, hole 16 and Missy Gannon.
The most open hole out here. Wide fairway, but a lot has happened. Last year's coverage showed us that it was almost too open for our field. We saw OBs right and left. And with such a wide fairway, especially off the tee shot, you've got to be placed in the center, just like this Missy Gannon drive.
Yeah. Jumping back to Valadez on 15's tee. Ooh, missing left and kicking further is Valadez.
And unfortunately, she is off the fairway. We've seen so much struggle once you've kicked off the fairway here.
Catrina. Going to the hyzer flip up the fairway. Wanted a little more flip on that.
A little more, but I'm going to give that one some props. I feel like she hit her release point. Now, the angle could have been just off a little bit, but hopefully Catrina is feeling some good energy off that drive.
Scoggins with a nice weave job. Up into the fairway she goes. Tee of 16 with Ella Hansen. You know she's thinking eagle on this one. Hansen putting some turn on this. This is going places, Zoe. Spinning the catch cam. Oh my
she
goodness.
has so much distance in the bag. Again, making the cameraman turn means he didn't plan for it going that far.
Yeah, you're doing something exceptional. Back to 15 for Valadez. Off fairway left for her second. Early tree for Valadez. Kicks left again. Now throws 3 from just 40 feet up. Oh man, I've been talking about Emily Beach all day. She took a snowman on 16. She was playing so well.
No.
That dropped her to even on the day. Was 3 under.
And for hole 16 being the most open, that's just not what you're looking for.
Macy's third is making progress this time. Oh, that's really nice.
Man, she put all of her body into that throw with tough footing and a tree kind of just down to her left. Not a lot of room to follow through, but I love how much of her hips she brought through that shot.
Catrina Allen getting ready for her second. Terry, that Holland Hanley drive seemed to really put some distance between her and the card. Talk about that.
Yeah, I was just really marveling in the fact of how far she got up the fairway, especially when you compare it to what we saw by her competitors. This should be a very easy up and down. We've seen her struggle with some of her approaches today, but this should set up easily for a birdie.
No easy birdie coming for Catrina Allen. Thank you, Terry, as that one kicked into the brush. Almost found the line. It will take something special if she wants to defend that title. Scoggins throwing 2.
Right next to the basket, so there won't be any question about this putt.
Yeah, drop in on 15 for Ohn. Madison Walker, hole 18, throwing her 4th on the par 5 finishing.
Currently leading this tournament by a stroke.
Oh, really nice.
Fantastic shot. And you really want to aim at that left side tree and let it funnel if you're throwing the forehand.
And Walker will be your clubhouse leader. Well, likely to be anyway. Hanley, after the booming drive, throws just a chip second. That could have been better. Should be good enough, though.
Yeah, her putting has been pretty solid on the day.
Agreed. Second shot for Gannon on 16.
Oh, Missy's really hoping for this to get down, and she does while it's still safe. That was an early release. It was very high, and it was a lot of hyzer angle, thank goodness, so that she stayed safe.
Chantel Badinsky for bogey, and what a finish.
Badinsky with a little bit of foliage kind of in the way, and she cards that huge putt.
Yeah. We got to look at her last week at Ledgestone on your feature card day 1. Allen for birdie. It is a layup for par. You talked about that Hanley putting, Zoe. 89% C1X and 67% C2 today.
Ooh, anything over that 50% line in C2 is definitely charging you up the leaderboard.
Valadez for par.
Oh no! After
Everything.
such a sweet approach, or a beautiful last shot, it's hard to see that one not go in.
Hanley a birdie look. To grab a stroke on all but Ohn.
Yes, there's that stroke.
Just one miss in circle 1 today for Holland. Playing fantastic. Allen walks to her par putt. And that is oofta for Allen.
Oh no.
It's a little bit of a spit through, a little bit of operator error, and a bogey. As Valadez puts in a bogey of her own. Birdie, though, for Scoggins. And jumping ahead to 18 for the clubhouse lead, Madison Walker.
No need to take the bag off.
Oh, yeah.
Just put it in and finish that round 1 with a big smile. Only one blemish on the scorecard, dark red, but all that blue erasing it for a 6 down.
Yeah, really nice. 8 birdies on the day. That's the way to the next tee, and there are your scores.
Valerie still has a couple of holes to make up or tie with Madison. 6 down is a very hot round on the day. Hot round for really the whole history of Idlewild's event.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, anything good under was good before.
Yeah. Caton's holding on to that tie for 4th.
Ella Hansen, her second on 16. You saw the booming drive. She is thinking eagle with this lineup right here, Zoe.
Super important to control the angle. Got to have that nose perfectly flat and release just at the right time. Okay, she's going for a little turnover. She's really trying to get to this pin.
This is going to land short of the creek.
Which is smart.
Yeah.
Nobody should be trying to go over the creek, but she's at a good position at the mouth. She should be able to just easily get it in there in 2 more shots.
To compare, this is where Missy Gannon's throwing her 3rd from, the top of the hill. That Hansen power is unbelievable. And still short.
Yeah, short and okay, this could be a positive roll.
Oh, no doubt about it. That was a great roll. Let's fly this iconic 16, Zoe.
Okay, it's a par 5, 969 feet. It's the same par and the same distance as the men's, so that kind of speaks to just the difficulty level of this par 5. We're really not expecting to see an eagle. A birdie would be a huge feat. Ella's in great shape, but the first task is get out there and get in the center of the fairway. If you're a right-handed player, a little bit left isn't bad. The next thing is to find your aiming point and again get as far up the fairway, keeping it in bounds. We've seen out of bounds on the first and the second shots, but you got to keep it in to approach right here. We're looking at the mouth and the entry, but be warned, there's OB everywhere protecting this island green. You just have to know this course. You have to know your landing zone and where you want to be. Left side, you got to get lucky to have a look at the basket. You need to be squared up right in the middle.
Third coming for Hannah Wynn.
Okay, she's breaking off a lot, trying to hyzer in the right side.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. A little luck and a lot of skill involved, and she's on.
What a shot by Hannah Wynn. You like her birdie chances from there.
I'm serious. Getting a birdie here is a really big deal for the FPO field. It means you understand the task at hand, you understand where the boundaries are, and you're accurate.
Playing is the 4th most difficult on the track, .57 over par on the day. And just 2 birdies, Madison Walker and Danny Clyden. Although Hannah Wynn, a good chance to add to that tally along with Ella Hansen as well. Your defending champion not having the day she hoped for. Allen 4 over, sitting on a seagull right now. 3 bogeys in a row. Tee time for Holland Hanley. Live look down from your Flight Factory drone at the booming Holland Hanley tee shot.
Yeah, that is way up the fairway. Excellent display of her elite distance.
Big old thanks to our friends at the Flight Factory. Scoggins.
Asking for it to sit and bite. It does just that. A lot of this grass is pretty grabby, pretty Velcro, which is good. You do not want a lot of skips.
Macy. And a nice tee shot from Macy as we look down from our Flight Factory drone. Head over to flightfactorydisc.com. Grab some Madison Walker gear to commemorate her awesome round today. Allen. That's okay from Catrina. And it has not been a day for the defending champion, Catrina Allen.
Just unable to find her mark. Getting away with a few, but having a lot of bad luck mixed in with just a few misfires or releases.
This is on that tough hole 10. Found a pretty early tree. Yeah, just everything's coming out just a little, like 10 degrees late, it feels like.
Yeah. Catrina talked about it in her press conference.
Did it right here again. It's
Yep.
like the same 10 degrees every time. Are you seeing anything in her swing, Zoe?
No, I truly believe that she's trying so hard that she's overdoing the effort to find her release point, and it's right between the ears. It's in her head. She She just really needs to go back to basics and believe in her skills. She's got them. Yep. But don't look for what it is that's wrong. Just get back to what you know.
Hansen throwing 3 on 16. You saw the first 2. Just has a little pitch across the creek here. Left-hand side can get a little crowded, though. Looks like overstable approach for Ella. And Hansen sneaks it on. Stop.
Oh, okay.
I hear some claps.
I heard some claps.
Yep. That was tough with that low ceiling. She really had to put a decent amount of power on it to get across to the island. Scoggins second from back down the fairway. Looks like that maybe crested the hill at best, but looks like it's in bounds for Ohn. Ahead on the fairway, Missy Gannon. It is a putt for birdie. Oh. Not off by much, will turn into a par. Allen second on the same. This was not great, Zoe.
Now this was her run-up. I'm so glad to see that in bounds, but Kat's entire body and run-up was facing the left side of the fairway. You really want to be throwing right and letting it hyzer back in.
Valadez. That should work over there with our friend Terry Miller, giving the safe sign. Terry, are you noticing anything with Catrina Allen today? Just seems to be a little bit off on the tee.
You know, the fact that she is very cognizant of her struggles and that she said she would almost even be willing to go home right now and pull herself off the tour just says how much it's bothering her. And then trying to change something mid-season, so much more difficult. Even if you are someone who's always constantly analyzing your form and trying to perfect it, still tough to do out here during game time. So as Zoe said, I think it's probably a little more mental than it even is physical for her.
Terry, where is this Holland Hanley second shot going?
Oh my goodness.
I'm waiting on a finally now seeing a green flag ultimately for Holland Hanley.
Holland threw it so far and so hard that she got away with one. Take a look at this. She overturns the angle. Drastic anhyzer is what this... Or sorry, it's a flippy disc, so it goes from a little bit of hyzer all the way over and gets over the OB trees.
Oh my goodness!
Falls down the fall line over OB and gets in bounds. This is
she's got a
incredible.
Jump putt for eagle now.
Yep,
and
exactly.
She hated that second shot out of her hand.
I mean, I think we all agreed with her that that's going straight OB and some luck to be found.
Oh, we have some OB perhaps here.
I was afraid
Scoggins was OB.
Yeah, her second shot was, 30, 40 feet directed out of bounds. I didn't think it had enough stability to get back in.
So throwing 4.
Now that is a very nice placement. Ohn could actually run that. She's super deep in circle 2, but she's all open from there.
Catrina's third. Now a little bit of work left to do for the up and down par. Win on the tee of 17.
What a fantastic disc. And she knows how to throw it. Man, I was a little afraid that was early release, but take a look at how this gets up in the air, flips to flat, continues to leak right just when I thought it was going to hyzer out. And she leans it in.
So pretty. Look at this flight.
To hit the green on hole 17 is everyone's dream come true, MPO and FPO alike.
Yeah, does not happen often.
Wow. Incredible for Hannah.
Knocks all around. Back to 16 for Valadez and her third. And that one came in just short of the OB creek.
That'll give her a nice open putt.
And circle 2 for her birdie look. Manduhano on 18. 2 off the lead after the bogey on 17. That's a good looking tee shot if it holds on though.
Such great shape. A specialty that we see coming out of Valerie.
Yeah. On 17's tee, Missy Gannon.
There's an OB creek that snakes in and out, back and forth, all the way through the middle of this fairway.
That might be safe. No. Gannon getting the red flag. Likely 4 coming up now for Gannon, still well back on the fairway. Fairway of 16 from the bird's eye view. Brixton, our friends at Brixton are coming out with the cards soon. Official licensed cards of Disc Golf Pro Tour, pretty fun.
Yep, I can't wait to actually get back to my home in Oregon because my cards are there waiting for me.
Awesome.
And Brixton's doing some really cool things for our game. Get over to Brixton and support their work.
And Allen onto the green nicely. That should work for par. Looking like Ohn Scoggins and her birdie putt coming up. Oh, excuse me. This is for par. Had the OB. Oh, my.
Man,
Ooh.
that was such a dangerous bid, but you got to love seeing it. It was on line just a little bit too strong, and she stays in bounds.
This is an eagle look for Holland Hanley. That would have given her a share of second place even.
Very well played. Well played with some luck. Let's just call it how it is. She throws it so far that she gets lucky. I just can't believe how far that second shot got.
Oh gosh, not missing by much is Holland Hanley.
Great shape.
Valadez, it's a birdie bid.
Oh man, I'm perfectly on line.
She's been all over that thing today. And looks like everyone on the island's safe now. Ohn will grab her meter in before this bogey putt. Does get the bogey home, but moving the wrong way is Ohn Scoggins. 4 over on the day. I thought we'd see a lot better out of Ohn.
You know, I personally, after coming off such a huge comeback in that final round of Ledgestone and just the solid play, we're stacking up major titles, Silver Series. She only needs an Elite Series win, and sometimes I wonder if that focus is in Ohn's head. But yeah, I'm certainly looking for her to clean up a lot of putting and even driving mistakes tomorrow.
Catrina in for par. Hanley, this is a birdie. Now within 3 of the lead and just 1 of second place. The Manduhano sisters tied there. Alexis already in the clubhouse with a birdie on 18. Val currently playing 18. On 17, Gannon drove OB. Will throw 3 from here. Not the easiest up and down here, you know?
No, they're still out of bounds right in front of her, like directly in front of her, and then all around the basket, short side and long. It's going to take a really technical upshot.
That is out of bounds. I was worried about that. It's not a big green. On 18, Maduhano.
Okay, so her drive faded too far left. We're seeing a slap down sidearm roller, the skinniest you can get the disc to get it out.
They really cleaned up this fairway.
Yeah,
or
you
the
got
rough even, excuse me.
A lot more kind of smooth ground versus the rough.
Yeah, it was a wall of brush over there last year. Gannon grabbing her meter in and a putt for 5. Gannon going the wrong way late, back to even. Hansen. That's a bogey for Ella. Ella 4 over on the day. Tap and birdie for Hannah Wynn though. She is just 1 over on the day thanks to a turkey on 15 through 17. On 18, Maduhano in her 3rd.
So she almost got out of the tree line there, but she has a completely open look, just needs to get it as close to the basket as possible here. Great shape, great angle.
In circle 1.
Excellent job done.
Putting for birdie. And solo 2nd. Tee of 17 with Hanley.
Oh man, redirected.
Is it in?
That looked like it fell out of her hand early. Okay.
Valadez on 17's tee. Terry, I'm told there was some action here earlier in the practice rounds. Talk about that.
Yeah, a few days ago we saw that Stacy Ronsley surprised herself. She rang this one up for an ace, and at first she didn't realize for sure if it stayed in because of all the scattered trees that you find on this fairway. And as she got closer, there it was, her disc in the basket for the ace. What a great ace to get when you're out here on 17.
Definitely a way to bring it home. Allen tee shot. Looks like a layup. Yeah.
Well done. She knows where the wider portion of the safe landing zone is close to the green, and she hit it nicely.
I love that play that she does. I feel like if you play this, 100 times and take your average score, that's going to give you the highest average.
Yep. And Ohn trying to kind of repeat that.
More or less the same thing.
I might have walked to the car on that one.
Klein on 18. A birdie look.
Oh,
my goodness.
Man. That was a semi-throw, semi-putt just underneath the ceiling, and she got it.
Tail of 2 nines for Klein.
Yeah.
Took a little while to wake up, but once she did, played fantastic. And through the toughest part of the course, too.
Yeah, and you got to think if she can just clean up the front half tomorrow, we'll see her charging up the leaderboard.
How did she do this, Zoe?
Well, that is an understable putter. She pressed the height of the ceiling, and she just got it over the cage, left side lungs of the basket. She's in.
Huge make. Hanley, a par look on 17. Oh, no. That looked OB. I think she just putted that off a tree OB.
Oh, no.
I think you got to lay that putt up, man.
Yeah.
You
can't give it too much height. That tree's so close, and the OB is like, what, the 15/18 foot mark around the basket. There's just not a lot of room to play with. Anything up in the air is going to take a nasty kick.
Allen for birdie. And also finds the OB. She's kind of in Ricky Bobby mode right now, though, I think,
Yep.
Where
that was an appropriate bid, though,
Yeah,
because she was open. It just too strong of an attempt.
Scoggins also in Ricky Bobby mode, needing to grab some strokes. inches from doing so.
Another strong attempt.
Valadez snuck this one into circle 1. And looking at birdie. Just to get back under on the day.
There we go. A rare birdie on 17. A good make and back under par.
Hanley. That is a 5. Wait. That can't be a 5. Yeah, okay. I mean, that can't be a bogey. That had to be a 5. Okay, it just updated. This is Allen for 4. That one is in. Scoggins will have that left for par, as Valadez grabs a stroke plus on the card. One more look at this Monduhano third on 18 to set up the birdie putt.
Yeah, from a standstill, she's got to throw it turned over. She can't go too high because of the trees that she's coming into. She gets over the hill, must have gotten just a tiny bit of ground action on the Velcro grass. She's in circle 1, close to the bullseye.
To move within 1 of the lead, heading into day 2 goes Valerie Monduhano, and 1 ahead of her sister as well.
Carting a 4 after 2 errant kind of shots.
Totally,
that's amazing.
Really nicely done. There are your scores after the Monduhano birdie, 1 ahead of the other Monduhano. It's kind of locked in at this point. Macy could birdie and would probably bump Cadence off. Is Holland? Yeah, I guess Holland could as well, probably. But other than that, pretty locked in, huh?
And we called it early in the round. The back 9 was going to be the separator. We're seeing even now at the bottom of the top 10. Oh, man, if you're playing the back 9 solid, you are coming up on the field.
Gannon on 18. Her second shot. Will that fight through? Enough.
Enough, yeah. It's kind of similar to that territory Val was just in, but boy, that was early released.
Yeah, it really was. And check out Zoe's Keys for Closing, brought to you by our friends at blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
We have to score on the par 4s. They're all there. You just have to grab it if you've got yourself in position. But the real thing here is the mental strength and the endurance. So much has already happened in this round. There's been backups. You got to keep the strength going, and you have to have endurance and keep the foot on the gas until the last putt drops. That's going to be all weekend long. You're going to have a lot of adversity out here, but you can't look back in the rearview mirror.
Holland Hanley, coming off the double on 17, had just carded back-to-back birdies before that. Holland's been bouncing between 1 and 3 down all day. Back to 1 she goes. Will need a birdie on 18 for that lead card tomorrow. Let's jump ahead to the fairway for Hansen, throwing 2 on the par 5. She could get it there, Zoe.
Yeah, she really could. This is a skinny gap for her to hit, but I think she could get all the way to the basket. Look at that.
Ooh, just a little overturn from Hansen, but still really good progress.
And the good news about the overturn, if it's too much, is that it's going to give you that right side open look instead of being behind the tree.
Great point. Gannon's third coming up. Gannon at even right now.
Excellent redirect by the tree. That was the second in a row that we saw Missy let go of much earlier than she had planned. But hey, the course giveth and the course taketh. We'll take some luck right here to finish out this round one.
Getting the Anthony Bourdain level kiss off the tree here. Look at that. You love it.
Right to the basket. Assist.
Back to the tee we go for Valadez. Leaking a little left.
And now with all that cleared out left side, she may have a few gaps there. Macy did want to keep that a little bit lower and straighter.
Scoggins. We'll try to keep this one straight. Nice spin from Ohn. Also leaks a little left, but there should be some alleys over there.
Yep.
Catrina. There's that 10 degrees again, Zoe.
And she does take a tree kiss. She still advances pretty well forward up the fairway, but she's off on the left-hand side.
And Hanley. Ooh, got some late flip for Hanley.
Yeah, that disc always impresses me when she throws it. I love the way it looks when it's flying, but the thing is just when I think it's going to break and hyzer, it flattens out and might even coast a little bit to the right. Great shot for her.
Terry, talk about these tee shots here on 18 as we watch Hansen with a long eagle bid.
I was just noticing that Catrina might be the shortest one of the group, but I think she's going to have the best look or lane. Holland's isn't too bad as well. She's going to have a skinny gap at best. We're going to see Ohn be able to throw a hyzer out into the fairway, but she's only going to be able to progress so far. So lots of different options. Macy Valadez off on that left side. I don't think she's going to have a lot, but she'll at least be able to progress.
Okay. I like that kind of new cleaned up rough. Thank you, Terry, as we watch the Hansen. Oh, a little bit of tree, huh?
Full layout and commitment there.
The full Paige Pierce putt right there.
Yes, absolutely.
Ananda for the finish. Oh, a rough day for Sai.
She really could have used that birdie finish.
Yeah, picked up a 9 on 16, a hockey stick on 13. Really hurt her day, as the Allen second is really nice. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Yeah, Terry called it.
Yeah.
In really good position. She's out in front of the tree line now to attack the pin.
Man, shouts to whoever cleaned up this rough. It looks incredible.
That was a lot of work done. You can imagine the man hours put into that and a few other spots throughout this course. Seeing so much cleaned up.
Scoggins second coming up. Terry, talk about the changes here on 18. Really pretty dramatic.
Well, we were talking about the rough and how it's cleaned up on the left side of 12. So if you were to actually do the overview map, 12 and 18, that's the same rough. They parallel one another. So when you're seeing it cleaned up on 18, that's the same thing we're seeing on 12. It's making for a better viewing experience. It does make the hole a little easier, but it's making for a much better viewing experience as well.
Nice, Terry. I really like the changes. Gives you a chance to scramble if you're slightly off. Macy's second coming up once her and Jamie figure out the play.
Oh, almost.
Yeah.
I had no idea really what she was sizing up there. It didn't look like a gap, but it must have been a little more friendly looking to her from her perspective. And she gets out to the very last tree line.
Yeah, should be enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
Holland second.
And that is some good looking out from cardmate or caddy. I couldn't quite distinguish the voice, but her foot was out of position and she fixed it before the throw. Oh,
Oh my goodness.
squares that last guardian tree into the woods. Not where you want to be.
No. Maybe there will be a miracle window in there for a turnover. You can't count out Holland with that power. Ooh. Terry, this angle for Holland's third looks really tough. Any way this gets to the basket?
You know, with the two guardian trees, not only the ones right in front of her, but also the ones by the basket, this is going to take something nearly miraculous for her to be able to get all the way up there. I'm not sure she's got the angle for it.
Yeah, I'm with you, sir. The Hanley third. Yeah, she doesn't even try.
Taking her medicine, that was way too difficult to try to break anything off, and the basket is quite far away, so really just having to concede to getting back on track.
The Valadez third next.
It's really difficult to get a lot of power when you're facing the basket, throwing mostly all arm here, but she's giving it some serious angle.
Look at this shot.
Full
from
flight.
Valadez.
Good ground action. Oh, yeah. Great scramble shot.
Man, her forehand is quite the weapon, Zoe.
Yeah, I'd say on the day, I am maybe the most impressed with Macy's sidearm.
Getting stable just in time. Well into circle one. Just a pace-off bullseye. Scoggins third. And overturned out of Ohn. Pretty big miss there, Zoe.
Yeah, you can hear just, I feel like this hasn't been the typical Ohn today.
Yeah.
Whether it be the drives, the approaches, and especially the putts, Ohn just a little bit off and maybe just, you know, needed to get through this first round. Now she'll know what she has to come back and fix.
I bet if you drive around, you'll find Ohn putting somewhere. Allen. Into the circle.
Great approach for Catrina.
Will be a birdie finish for Kat. After a rough day, only her second birdie on the day. Both on par fives, interestingly enough. Hole 4, the other one for Allen. Hanley throwing 4.
Also a really great placement there. Just to finish the round with a tap in is such a nice stress-free feeling.
You'll be watching Holland on this chase or third card tomorrow, depending how the PDGA number tiebreaker works out. I'd imagine Lisa and Missy probably have lower numbers than Holland. It's going to be my guess.
Solid guess there.
the approach for Ohn. That will work for par. As we look down from our Fight Factory crew. Any parting shots, Terry?
I just want to say a great opening round out here, and nice work by our leader in Madison Walker. I know she really struggled. She said she was devastated to not get in the cash or make the cut last weekend at the Ledgestone event. So for her to battle back and have an opening round like she did today, hats off to her. And looking forward to round 2 for sure.
I'm with you, Terry. I like that note. Valadez for the birdie finish. Nicely
Solid.
done. Catrina Allen also get off the course with a birdie. A day she'd like to forget, likely. Yeah, that adds to the day she would like to forget.
And she just wants to get away from this round 1. Was not what she was looking for. Certainly looking to reset, take a breather, and come back for round 2 to attack.
Yeah, it's got to be a little tough. You know, she wasn't really feeling it at Ledgestone, and to come out here and try to defend under maybe a little more pressure. A par for Scoggins, a par coming for Hanley. And it was a day at Idlewild. It kind of always is on this course. Idlewild, it's a fun watch, Zoe. You have a biggest takeaway on the day?
Well, Idlewild was designed for the golfer. Disc golf, yes, but you have to understand how to play the game of golf. When there's trouble, you got to get back in the fairway. Your skills have to be sharpened. You have to know these fairways and know the landing zones. These greens are tricky.
Yeah.
So I'd say experience in golf is going to shine through, and I'm looking for our entire field to kind of clean up. Madison Walker, I want to say huge shout out to coming back off of that Ledgestone kind of disappointing tournament that Terry talked about, but we're going to have an exciting lead card tomorrow. We've got a couple of sisters on the lead card, and Madison, it's going to be great to see her back up there.
Should be fun to watch. But before that, though, we have the OTB After Show. It'll be on the other side of this break. We will catch you there. Back in just a few.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the walking nature, the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow the sport.
Millennium's Quantum Vela is a Speed 7 fairway driver. It's great for hyzers out of the box and seasons into a straight disc. Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium. Get yours at golfdisc.com.
I just think the plastic is very premium. It's a high quality material. The way the disc feels in my hand.
I think it's the quality of plastic.
It's unlike any other plastic that you'll find in the industry.
The quality is better than any other company out there.
Again, just consistent plastic. It's something I can consistently trust on every single throw.
There's so many discs to choose from, and I guarantee if you tried every disc in the lineup, you're gonna wanna put multiple discs in your bag.
It's extremely high quality. You can only say so much that they have to eventually just try it themselves and see.
Pulse Disc Golf Academy is the world's biggest online platform for learning the curves and angles of the world's fastest growing sport. Register today and get access to clear and well-structured lessons and exercises from the very best ever to throw the disc. New content uploaded every week. Start learning today.
So the Slammer, it doesn't fly as far as the Harp, but that's exactly what I designed it for. It was designed for me to be able to throw hard with the real severe angles, a lot of flex shots, and it's a unique spot in the bag. So that's why I think it's becoming so popular.
Open champion, Holland Hanley.
Welcome back to the OTB After Show. Your leader, Madison Walker, is in the clubhouse with Danny Voss. Let's send it on down. All yours, Danny.
All right, we're here with Madison Walker. Madison, first of all, 6 under, current leader, tentatively rated at 1,003. So good move there. I wanted to touch on how this first opening round feels compared to, Ledgestone and this most recent event, and what this bounce back feels like.
It's monumental. Coming back, I took 3 weeks off during the Europe swing, and during that time a lot of things were up in the air about whether we were going to be playing and where we were going to be playing. So last week felt like it took a lot of work to get back into the swing of things. This week, I look forward to this all year. I'm not dealing with as many mental issues as I was last week from nature.
Sure.
So it was nice to come out here, and my sidearm felt really good, my backhand felt good, my putting felt on, and I'm just very excited that it went the way it did.
Not to dwell on another negative, but you only have one blemish on the scorecard, the double bogey on 8. What happened there?
I got early right, and I would say my pride got the best of me, and I tried to forehand roller chop my way down the right side instead of pitching out, even though it's a par 5, and it was decision making, and then I got a little razzed on the green, but double bogeys happen, and if I bogey, that's usually the way it goes down, is a double.
Fair enough. Well, look, moving on to something more positive. I mean, you got to feel really good. You already mentioned that this bounce back from Ledgestone is really positive. What are you taking into round 2?
Hopefully everything that I had today, especially the mentality. It was a nice smooth morning, even though I got a little bit of a late start. Also, it's just easy to be out here, because if you do throw a bad shot, or if you do get out of your head a little bit, you can just walk off the fairway and there's like cool mushrooms. We saw like a really intense insect wrestling match today. There was all kinds of cool stuff out there.
Excellent. Well, I want to share one more thing. It looks like this is your first 1,000 rated round since quite some time.
Before this.
Yeah, so putting that statistic on the round, what does that mean for you, for this tournament, for looking forward to the next 2 rounds? Are you just going to say, hey, tomorrow's a new day? What's the mentality there?
I mean, I think just being on tour for a long time, playing these courses a lot, having a lot of injuries, getting older, you kind of start to doubt yourself. I could get deep and dark very quickly, so it's nice to remind myself that I can do something cool out there, and that I do have all the shots and I can string them together. So it was a nice reminder, and I don't really care what happens the rest of the weekend, because today ruled.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you for joining us, and congratulations on the opening round. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congrats to Madison on a great day, and thank you, Danny, and checking out your storylines after round 1, Zoe.
Well, That's the best finish we've seen, really, and the first top 5 since 2019. Wow. So she's really broken through some major barriers and maybe mistaken beliefs about her own self and her own game.
Val Monduhano is back with authority, Zoe. How about those putts?
That's right. Take a look at her C1X putts, even her C2 putt looking beautiful, dialed, repeatable, confident, and that's what you need.
Should give her sister a little love too. Alexis also playing really well, just one stroke back of Val, and then not playing well today was your defending champion, Catrina Allen. Really struggles in a tie for 26. Just kind of out of sorts cat. As we've been seeing the last couple of days. Some field work maybe in her future.
Well, and really, I just hope that Catrina can kind of meditate and just clear the slate, clear the brain, clear the heart, start back to basics. Don't try to overanalyze. We all want to see Catrina doing the work that she can do out there.
She's an incredible golfer, just the highest ceiling.
Yep.
She gets it cooking, but it has not been there for her lately. Checking out your top 10 as it shook out. We'll be watching Madison, a couple of Monduhanos, and Cadence will probably fall off, I'd imagine. Although, that's settled up. She is in there. All right.
Yeah, this is our look, and
right.
this will be her debut on the Disc Golf Network. We talked about a little over halfway through the round about how the scores would really start to even out and separate from each other. You see it right there. Sarah Hokum at even, tied for 10th, and everything below that is over par, where we had so many players under par to start the day. Not the case after the back 9.
Yeah, Hokum was 3 over on that back 9 after having a really nice front. It's tough to keep it clean, especially that kind of gauntlet holes. Should we OTB this thing?
Let's do it. Do you have any ideas?
It's got to be the Missy Gannon throw-in, right?
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
I think so.
Let's give her all of that 92 feet and the putter throw-in, kind of field ace, fairway ace, whatever you want to call it. Please be it.
Should she throw in her Paige disc on this one?
Most likely.
I think so, right? Hopefully Paige is at home watching, recovering. Oh, they snuck in the Danny Klein one on this. All right, this is good too.
Raven Klein, yes.
Raven Klein, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that was a huge one as well. We saw some big throw-ins today.
We got double
Both
OTB.
of them.
Gary is treating us well.
Yes. And both caught exactly opposite by the basket. Missy's stuck high right. Ravens low left.
Yeah.
Both thrown in from the fairway.
Double OTB day. You'll love to see it. That is all we got for the women. The guys will be kicking off here in an hour and change. Make sure you come back for that. For Zoe and myself, everybody on the ground, everybody in the booth making this possible, thank you guys so much for watching. If you joined on YouTube today, consider subscribing. We'd appreciate it. And we'll catch you in a bit.
Idlewild, always a roller coaster of sorts, especially on day one as players are trying to get their feet under them. It's Tournament Central on the Disc Golf Network. Grant Zollner alongside Terry Miller. Day number 1 in the books for the FPO division. And Terry, you followed that lead card, that final feature card rather, around the course today. We saw a couple of players struggling and a couple of players succeeding. How in the world do you even try to sum up what you saw today?
Well, I think one of the biggest takeaways that you have to have, no matter how your round went, is you have to refocus, you have to have patience, and you have to come back out and know tomorrow might be a roller coaster again. You're probably going to clean something up somewhere, but you likely are going to make a mistake on a different hole. That's just the way that Idlewild can treat any player out here, regardless of how good you're playing. There's always going to be a tree looming or a possible OB kick, and you have to remain patient.
They jump out and get you sometimes, and they certainly did. Some of the players that we watched today, including the defending champion Catrina Allen, but a couple of other players taking advantage of some good breaks and creating some good breaks of their own, including Macy Valadez, who played on the featured car and proved that she earned that spot near the top. We heard from Macy right after her round today.
Joining us now is Macy Valadez. Macy tied for 4th after round 1. What are your first impressions?
I'm not honestly happy with how I played. I'm just going to be honest. I had a lot of birdies, which I'm happy about those birdies, but I also had a lot of holes that I could have birdied that I missed. Like I missed that really short putt on hole, I think it was 14. That was one of my best forehands on that hole, and then I guess I wasn't focused maybe, I don't know. And then hole 2, I missed that 18-footer, which cost me 3 strokes on one hole. So what I'm excited about though is for tomorrow, because I know that I can birdie these holes, and I know that I put myself in position, and I still shot 2 down with a lot of bogeys. So I think I'm just excited for the rest of the rounds.
Yeah, and as you said, a colorful scorecard, which you're not necessarily looking for, and that you've already kind of answered the next question is what can you do out there, and you're saying you just need to clean it up.
Yeah, I just need to clean it up. I think if I throw the same shots I did today, now there were some holes where I didn't hit the gaps, but I feel like I just got to keep doing that. My forehand was working well today, so just got to keep it up for tomorrow.
Yeah, and I was also going to follow up. Your forehand seemed to be on point. You've talked about how comfortable you are with the forehand. When you're thinking about how much you break down this course, forehand versus backhand, is your natural instinct just to go to forehand every single shot you can?
Yeah, if I'm in the fairway or there's any kind of tricky shot, I always try to go to a forehand, especially like on here on 18. I think I had more of a wide open backhand shot, try to play down to the gap. But I felt like if I just throw a forehand and maybe get lucky through, I'm more likely going to hit the initial gap with a forehand than trying to go backhand.
And when a round comes in at about 3.5 hours and there's plenty of tree kicks and there's lots of things going on, what are some of the things that you do to remain focused or remain relaxed out there?
I like to honestly just talk to my card mates and talk to my husband, Jamie. I think that that helps me stay distracted and not focused on what I did last hole or what I'm about to throw. That helps a lot. Also, shout out to Holland for giving me a granola bar because I was starving out there.
All right, so snacks are in the game plan along with cleaning it up. You're in a tie for 4th. We wish you the best of luck in round number 2.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Heck yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we're here with Madison Walker.
Bogeys 13 and 15, then comes back with birdies on 17 and 18. She seems to be doing the best at handling the ups and downs of Idlewild.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you have to do, and she really just said it. A little bit of cleanup can go a long way on her scorecard. I continue to think about how she battled after hole number 2, putting her shot so close on that approach, doing all of the work already, but then to have the break that she did and have the miss on that green and costing her 3 strokes. I love the tenacity. I love that it didn't derail her too much, too quickly at the early going of this round. And then there's her infectious personality, which I think is great for not only her, but the rest of her group.
Holland Hanley is another player that we've been following since the beginning of the day. We talked about whether or not her power would be a benefit on this course or whether that would expose some weaknesses in her game. Holland ends up playing under par today, which is an achievement in itself. It wasn't all flowers and lambs, though, for Holland out there. What did you see?
Well, what I saw is Holland certainly taking advantage of the power that she had out there. A hole that jumps out at me is hole number 4, where she has a great drive, but then throws a terrible approach shot, putting herself out of position. Holes like number 7, 13, 14, 15. She has great drives or great shots, but then follows them up with less than ideal approach shots. Hole 15 was the best shot any FPO player could have thrown. And then she just threw a mediocre approach shot. And there's something going on there. I'd love to see her clean those up. She made a lot of good putts to save the par or to get off the hole. But I'd love to see Holland just kind of dial in some of those approach shots, take some stress off the putter.
As we get a look at the overall leaderboard, you'll notice a couple of similar names there at the top. The Manduhano sisters, both having a great day. Alexis, 4 under par. That's a bogey-free 4 under par, the only player in the field to go without a blemish on the day. So you know we had to catch up with Alexis before the day was out.
Here with 2018 PDGA Amateur World Champion, Alexis Manduhano. Hey, you're currently sitting tied for second. We'll see what happens as this next card rolls in through 18, but that's where you are right now. Just kind of walk us through the round, how you're kind of feeling right now, and how that opening round worked out for you.
Yeah, I felt like it was fairly smooth. It was one of those rounds where it was a long one. You kind of just got to enjoy the company on your card and just keep going shot for shot. I would say today there were some shots that got fairly lucky, but it was one of those, I'll take it at this type of course.
Gotcha. Yeah, bogey free, that's got to be something that you can take into round 2. Was there anything out there today, scramble wise, or just your mentality and the way that you attacked and held back and things like that you're going to take into round 2?
Yeah, I think my scramble was solid today. Putting felt great, so that was good. 17, I had a good par save from maybe like 40 feet, so that felt nice to come into 18.
Great. So yeah, looking to round 2 tomorrow, what's the plan of attack? Is there anywhere on the course that you're going to be maybe a little more aggressive or anything like that?
I think just stay consistent, try to stay clean again, just get my birdies when I can, try not to force anything. Especially at this type of course, one bad kick, it's a big number.
Okay, there's a very strong possibility that Valerie will be joining you on whatever card you're playing on tomorrow, likely that lead card. What's that going to be like? I mean, that's not anything foreign to you, but it's another chapter in that story.
Yeah, it's kind of weird playing with Val. Sometimes we play good, sometimes we play bad. A few weeks ago, we didn't play good together, so hopefully tomorrow's different.
Okay. Yeah. Well, good luck to everyone, but especially you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
And indeed, Alexis will get a chance to play with her sister Valerie Manduhano in round number 2. Valerie, 7 birdies on the day, offset by just 2 bogeys. She's in solo second, and we'll hear from Val right after this on the Disc Golf Network.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the walking nature, the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow the sport.
My name is Ricky Wysocki. I founded the Saki Bomb Foundation as a nonprofit organization committed to growing the sport of disc golf with America's youth. The foundation's first putt initiative puts 50 discs and 1 portable basket in the hands of PE teachers across the United States at no cost to the school. We've already sent first putt packages to schools in all 50 states with the generous support from our sponsors. If you want to be a part of this movement, visit SakiBombFoundation.org. Thank you for growing the sport of disc golf with us.
After putting up that score?
Honestly, I'm a bit surprised. My practice round didn't feel too good, but now knowing that I could play well here, it's a bit of a goal of mine to maybe beat this score.
Yeah, looking at your scorecard, just a couple of bogeys, nothing really stands out as any particular sticking point for the round. But what are you going to look to attack tomorrow or maybe improve on or anything like that?
Maybe getting off the tee a little bit better at the end. I threw quite a bit of sidearms during this round, and I felt like it made my backhand a little cold, and I couldn't really get off the tee as clean as I'd like. So I felt like the back nine, or even just staying clean.
Were backups part of that challenge today?
Yeah, I think we were pretty much backed up all 9 holes. The entire back 9, we pretty much sat at least for like 5 to 10 minutes every hole.
So how are you attacking that, and how are you fixing that problem?
Maybe just staying up on my feet and just keep moving around and trying to stretch right before I throw.
Gotcha. Okay. And I got to say it, sorry, but you were able to just eke out that 1-stroke advantage. And you smiled, so you must appreciate hearing that. What's that going to be like if you were to get paired tomorrow on a card?
Honestly, it'll probably be a little quiet. Lately, every time me and Alexis play together, one of us plays bad, and that one has been me for the last 2 times. So hopefully I can kind of just keep my head down and just keep playing well. And it's nothing against her. I seem to not be playing well every time we get matched up together.
Well, here's to breaking that streak and performing well tomorrow. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
As we see highlights of Valerie Mandujano's day, it's no surprise to see her playing well on the tour. It is noteworthy that she came back from a long layoff due to injury, Terry, and is now beginning to look comfortable day in and day out. She's been much more in contention over the last few weeks, and she's looking pretty good in all aspects of her game.
Yeah, she certainly is, and not to take anything away from her performance, but we've also talked about Alexis, her sister, these last couple of weekends, who got off to a great start last weekend. So the two of them have a good, solid opening round here. When you add up their 2 scorecards, I think it comes in around 16 birdies, and then Val with just the 2 bogeys on today's round. What an impressive duo between the two of them today for their opening rounds, as we were just hearing both of them kind of hemming and hawing as to how they're going to go out and play together when they're playing during round number 2. But we'll see if they can go out and have a great performance. It'd be great to see both the Mandujanos all systems go and all firing on all cylinders. That's the phrase I was looking for there, guys. We'll see if they can do that tomorrow during round 2.
Well, Terry, after all of this, we haven't even said a word about our leader out in front by herself, Madison Walker, playing from an earlier card today, jumping out to the lead, playing very, very well at 6 under par for the day. Madison is going to lead the way on to day number 2. Can you tell us anything about Madison Walker's game right now, what it is that set her up for success on this challenging track?
Well, it's a matter of the tour and hitting reset. She posted earlier on social media saying that she was essentially devastated that she didn't make the cut last week when she was playing in the 4-round event over there at Ledgestone. She said that she feels like those courses, especially Northwoods Black, really sets up well for her. She had been dealing with some blisters and some lower back pain. So really just not a lot of things in Madison Walker's favor. And then to show up and have the hot round and come out and be leading here at Idlewild, I think, I'll say it again, it's that mental and maybe a little bit of a physical reset, as she talked about how she's taking care of her body and doing everything she can to be prepared to go out and go into battle. Today, it looks like she came out on top in her first round here at Idlewild.
Just one blemish on the scorecard there at the 8th, able to not even take the backpack off the back when she putted out to finish up her round at 18. She is going once again to lead the way tomorrow morning when the FPO division takes the field yet again, and we'll be back on the air tomorrow with Tournament Central to preview the day's action, just as we were today at about 8 a.m. Central Time. That would be 9 a.m. Eastern Time. In about an hour from now, though, we'll be back to preview the afternoon round. The MPO division already on the course, featured cards teeing off just a little bit after we come back on the air to set you up for what you can expect from that grouping as they head out to face this challenge for the first time on this Friday afternoon. So join us here in about an hour. Tournament Central on the Disc Golf Network from the LWS Open at Idlewild, presented by Dynamic Discs and the Natty. For Terry Miller, I'm Grant Zellner. Grab a sandwich. We'll see you soon.